I'll start the recording now. I remember a long time ago. I think it was it Tom's game that I used to do like an intro music every time. Um,
Don't remind me.
there was that absolutely great there was that absolutely great time that I can't remember. We said, "Oh, let's start it," and we started it, and I started the music, and then we all just started doing like a synchronized dance without really talking to each other. Oh, that was it. It was the Dark Souls one. I remember this. Anyway, cool. So hopefully that's recording. If it does fuck up, then it fucks up. But I thought I'd check that. Okay. So I have a list of things to go through and sort, but the majority of the stuff we're going to do tonight is just sorting out characters, sorting out what you know about the world, etc., etc. Because it is a I think I've built this before, but this is a mystery game, like mystery, and it's D&D, so there is combat. But yeah,
if
it's...
we have anything to say about it.
Pacifist run.
I mean, I'm down for that.
I would also be quite happy with that. I mean, I love seeing people try to use D&D without doing any combat. But yeah, so I'm going to try and cover as much of the feel of the world so that when I'm talking about something and something doesn't feel like it fits, you can recognize that rather than me having to go, "Hey, roll a dice. It is weird."
I have a question before you begin, if that's okay.
Sure.
I've deleted one of my characters off D&D Beyond, so I've got space to make a new one. But do I have to link it to your campaign, or can I just?
I don't think you have to. No.
Okay.
Just
great.
It makes it a bit easier when it does, but you don't have to. No.
Do you have a campaign link on
I
D&D
do.
Beyond?
Do you want me to send you it?
Yeah, I don't know why I've not got it. Sorry, I found the Roll 20
it's
one.
somewhere in Discord.
Yeah. Let me. I'll put it on the Discord one, so that it's. I'll put it in admin.
Thank you kindly.
Cool. Cool.
Oh, Pete, did you want me to add content sharing on?
Oh yes, if you could, that'd be great.
I was just thinking that, but I think you have more than me now, don't you?
I do, yes. There we are, I've enabled it.
Yay. Now the monsters are going to be even
bundle.
weirder. And slightly more generic.
So we're level 12, yeah?
No, level 10. Level 10.
Never. I'm glad you did that, because it's going to be a bad idea for you.
Yeah. So I've got three main like sections to go through. Talking about your characters, talking about outlining the world, and talking about like agreeing things in gameplay terms. Where do we feel like we want to start? I'm thinking if we fly through the gameplay stuff, and then we can do characters and world. That sound good?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so first of all, I just wanted to establish the kind of level of mystery that you guys are looking for, because let's face it, no one wants to feel dumb. The whole point of a mystery game is so that you guys feel like you're fucking hot shit because you caught the one spy.
Oh, well, my character is smart for me.
Okay. So, yeah, in terms of the level of mystery, I'm happy to kind of play it at whatever thing. I've kind of broke it down going, so there will always be multiple clues for things, so don't worry too much about that. I have set up a number of NPCs whose kind of, like, when you meet them, you will realise that their whole job is just to solve mysteries. So if you really get stuck, you can be like, "Hey, mystery solver, can you help us solve this mystery?"
Can we ask for a Scooby snack?
Weirdly enough, you will have to pay them in a food stuff. They are very addicted to lemon sherbets.
This is the first character I've made in ages who doesn't have cooking.
You just pour some ooze in their
God.
mouth. I don't know.
Living life.
Yeah. Are you guys okay with musical clues? Because I know that sometimes people don't like having music on or etc. And I was imagining I'd just have music on in the background and highlight sometimes that people are playing something in the background or stuff like that. There's kind of the obvious clues in the when
you need WD-40. What is
That is a very
that?
loud door, Andy.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
I love I was talking about musical clues and then your door's like yeah, so it won't be anything too obvious, like, oh, can you hear the whispers in the thing? They're telling you which way to go. But you might get kind of more of a mood or an atmosphere kind of picked up from the music. There is
Okay.
I've got so the way I've compromised with this is I've got a playlist that I will add some more stuff to, but it's already there. That has all of the clue tracks already in it, so you don't need to worry about that. You know, if you're the kind of person who plays D&D and you don't like having any music on, or you want to have your own music on, then that's fine. I've just got the tracks there, and I will say that they are singing whatever thing, or you can hear the beats in the background, or etc. etc. If you guys don't like that, then I can take that out. It's kind of up to you. There's one song that gives information in Japanese, so I'm not expecting you guys to like translate everything. So
Who's still got any weeaboo left in them? Ed, got any weeaboo left in you?
well, the song's in Japanese, but I was going to be like, you guys can translate
You're the
it
one
if you
who,
have Dwarvish or whatever.
You're the one who said you were binge watching an anime this morning.
Yeah,
The
he's
Netflix one, not
yeah, Netflix,
I
not
did nearly
Crunchyroll.
respond that I was looking for an anime and nearly watched that, but I didn't.
It's genuinely such an Ed anime as well. It's we go into a dungeon and we eat really good food.
That's not... Genuinely, I looked at the list of anime I'd watched once and was slightly worried by how dark they all were. Like, Death Note is on the bright end of that scale.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But yeah, so are people okay with the musical clues?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'll,
as long as you
I may
like,
completely
they're
miss them,
coming,
but
because
Yeah.
I generally don't listen to the music, but I'm
Yeah.
happy to if it's a part of the game. So if you're willing to flag when there's
Yeah,
like,
I'll try and flag in a
I'll tune into it.
yeah, I'll try and flag. I can't yeah, I'll try and flag it sometimes, and
And if it doesn't work, just don't do them anymore.
yeah, that's the thing. There's multiple ways of getting these clues, so it's not like, oh, we didn't listen to the music clue. Now the world's ending. No. But yeah. So I don't know whether I should give you one of them just to start with, because there's one that's quite yeah. No,
Japanese one.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it for now.
Pete was like, "Oh, Sophie, you remember Japanese, right, from school? Because I took it for a course." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He said, "Would you be able to translate a song?" I was like, "If they're telling me how old they are and where they grew up and like what their favorite like music taste is,
Yeah, I don't
then
even remember that
fine.
much.
I
But anything else, no.
If they're saying they've got a knife and fork,
Yeah.
Where is the library? I can do that. But
I
like,
I came downstairs so excited, being like, "Ooh, there'll be a clue that only Sophie could get," and then I was like, "It's fine. I'll just tell them the translation in Dwarvish or whatever." Anyway, but no. Okay, so you're okay with that. Other thing, are you okay with red herrings? So yeah,
I hate them, but yes.
I was gonna say, because I know Sophie does not like red herrings, but
It's only because I'll just take it and run, and then be annoyed that
I mean,
I've been fooled.
it wouldn't be a proper mystery without
Mm.
red herrings. Let's be honest.
True.
I was gonna say, if you'd said no, then there's gonna be more, like, I would pad out the game with, oh well, it's just gonna be harder to get some of these clues, because let's face it, no one wants to do a mystery game where you're like, oh no, it's this, and you just guess that in the first 10 seconds, and it's like, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, and every bit of information we're getting just backs up that. Oh, yeah, you're right.
So suddenly, that's a red herring. Yeah, totally intended.
Yeah, I won't be that bad, but yeah. Alright, so you're okay with red herrings. I think we've got a level for how high the mystery is. Again, if you're ever just completely lost, just talk it out with each other, and I'll try and provide like more NPCs or etc. But yeah, we'll see. It managed to come together quite well last time, despite Ed spending half of the campaign not realizing he was 200 years old. I'm really glad I didn't invest much in that one, because I was like, he'll find out when he finds out. So the other thing I was going to say was, is everyone okay with? I think I put it on the session 0 notes of doing milestone/goal leveling, where it's you'll level based on the number of goals you've got, the number of goals that you've succeeded in. So you're level 10 at the moment. The max you'll get to is like level 5. Level 15.
Go down.
Yeah. level 15. The idea I had was that I would set 2 of your goals. You would provide 2 goals, whether public or private or whatever, and then I would have 1 goal is solving the mystery. So basically, there's 3 goals for like solving the mystery, or 3 levels up for grabs for like solving more of the mystery, and 2 for you personally. I will be vetting them, so you can't just say survive first session. Make a new friend. I mean, actually, you could have make a new friend.
Second session.
I mean, to be honest, surviving first session might be a challenge for some characters.
I was gonna say, yeah. So
Look,
it's
we've all got poor AC. It's a mystery game, right? My AC is only 16.
only 16. Oh, Sophie's
I'm
just
dying
gonna
of
be your
fun.
tank and everything.
I mean, I've got 105 hit points, so you know, give and take.
Yeah.
I have 63 hit points and AC 12.
God.
No.
I'm only just starting to build mine, so I have no idea.
But it will be higher than both of those.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not too bad,
And
actually.
if we change the item price,
I was gonna say, this
down.
might actually be like the game where the postmaster is just dragging two characters, being like, "I'll save you."
The postmaster
It might
is the hero.
actually be. Like,
Yeah.
as opposed to, like, say, Jean from the last game, I think, like, my guy actually has more damage potential at level 10 than Jean did at level 12.
Nice.
I have exactly 0 damage potential.
My defensive ability is Polar Master and hit points. That's what we're going for. Like,
What did you guys do for your health? Did you roll for it, or just take the average?
I just always let
Yeah.
Legion do it.
Yeah.
I just let it do
Yeah.
average.
I'm always of the opinion that people can roll for it if they want, or they can take the average.
Yeah, I don't.
It's their risk.
Yeah, I don't mind too much, because as you said, it is your risk, and we're all playing. Like, if you said to me, "Oh, I want to roll for it," then I trust you to roll for it. If you have absolute max health, then I'm gonna be like, You rolled really well, didn't you? Maybe I'm going to add a couple of tens to that damage coming your way. Hey, you know what? They've just been upgraded with Jean seeking missiles. Yeah, but are you guys okay with that idea? I don't. The goal is not to have lots of people on different levels, but I just thought it's a nice way of kind of, because we are in a mystery game, and obviously you're all going to want to solve the mystery, but it gives you a real good motivation to be like, but I also want to make a friend, or like, I really want to achieve that one thing.
Fine by me.
Yeah, all right. So as part of the character creation, you can privately tell me your 2 goals, or we can publicly talk about them, or whatever you'd like. But we'll sort those, and I'll obviously make clear all the other ones as well. They're probably going to be solve certain parts of the mystery, so I'm not going to name them.
Act 1.
Discover that it was Beelzebub all along. Oh shit!
Find the traitor in the party.
Standard Steam progress achievement.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So everyone's fine with that. I was going to say I don't plan to do anything too radical for this game, but we can go over safety tools. Like if there's anything that people, I know, for example, Sophie doesn't like a lot of blood, or she doesn't like overly descriptive things of blood.
Overly descriptive things is fine. You can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you
fine.
there
it's
is
just when
blood.
it gets detailed.
Yeah. But is there? You can let me know privately,
I'm gonna say no torture. It's a mystery
No torture.
game.
No, that's fine.
Like,
I feel like the setting as well is not like, this is supposed to be quite a like enlightened age of stuff.
yeah. It's always just a bit dark when
Yeah.
in D&D everyone resorts to torture, and it's just
It's just really easy too.
I
Naturally gravitates towards it.
I'm
Do you
also
know what it tell me? I just kind of a middle finger, just the one you don't want. It's fine.
let's just all agree we won't do or depict any war crimes.
yeah. I feel like
I'm happy
also
with that.
I feel like
Yeah.
also from a DM's point of view, torture is always a funny one because I don't want to just give you the information, but if I hold out, you're just doing more and more descriptions of bad stuff, and I'm like,
it doesn't actually work, which puts you in a weird position as a DM when someone.
it feels like you're somewhat condoning it by going, like
You should really lie, but then
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you lied to us. Why did you do that? Like,
yeah, and it especially in a game with like red herrings, I might want to give you a red herring, but technically, like it's a very, especially if players are only ever torturing to get information, you end up in this cycle of, look, how do I just have the NPC collapse and go, hey, don't torture me, I'll tell you everything.
I mean,
But then
plus
it
there's things like Zone of Truth
reinforces the idea that torture works. But anyway, sorry.
I was just going to say, there are things like Zone of Truth and
Yeah, I mean,
mechanisms
that's
of doing
the
Yeah.
thing. There's
safely.
I mean, I've definitely played a game where we didn't, like in Tom's game, where we didn't torture anyone, but we definitely made them think that we were torturing people. And I thought that was much more effective because it was kind of a, hey, do you want to suffer through this? You don't have to. But like the actual torture felt like, well, anyway, we won't get into it, but cool. All right, I will write that down. No torture. Anything else? Again, you can send me things privately if you want, but I'm not looking to run a particularly deep, like, emotionally scarring game, so we should be fine. This is the minute I say that, there's going to be an NPC dying, and it's going to be the most emotionally draining thing I've ever done. It will be like, why, Mr. Stark?
The first NPC we meet, we're latching on to.
Yeah. And I'll be like, oh no, I already picked him for the magical cancer. Please no. Cool. So that's I think that takes us pretty much through all of the gameplay stuff. other than the stuff we'll go through in character creation of like, you know, money, etc. Is there anything else that people think needs covering at this point in like gameplay wise? Oh, I was also thinking we'd run like maybe every 2 weeks or whenever people have availability.
Yeah,
Just-
that sounds good.
From a gameplay wise, have you got any house rules that you're going to play by, or are you just going to play standard stuff?
I
Like bonus action potion?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we need to go over those, don't I? I will write those down because I think bonus action potion is a fine one. But yeah, I should write these down, otherwise. Yeah, I'm trying to find a bit on my document where I should have written this down to begin with. House rules, cool. Could be 10 leveling milestones, business skills, house rules. So I'm gonna say that we go with bonus action. Potion. Are there any other ones that we should use? I mean, I know it's not really a house rule at this point, but I do crits for skill checks. So it's not an automatic success, but it is something good will happen. So for example, if you're trying to climb an impossible wall, you might try climbing it. You know, you won't climb it, but if you get a natural 20, a window might open, or something obvious that helps.
I'm always a fan of DM death saves.
Oh, DM death saves, yeah. Is that
They'll come
a
up a lot.
what? You've looked
They'll
them
come
up.
up a lot.
They will come up a lot. All right, DM death saves.
Just adds that extra layer of jeopardy when somebody goes down.
I was also going to say I'm going to go with, I think it's Matt Mercer's resurrection rules of, so you roll, so when they do the resurrection spell, you roll to like come back, and you get pluses on that based on characters coming around and being like, here's things I know about you, or like personal,
Does
whatever they want to
anybody
add.
have any like spare the dying or anything like that? Any healthy type spells?
I do, as a matter of fact. And I think I've got like reasonable healing spells as well as well, I can have spare the dying. But I don't have
Yeah, I have healing word. I nearly took spell the dying, but
Okay.
We
I have
don't
cure
really-
wounds as well.
We don't really have
Okay.
a divine caster, do we? We have a couple of people that can either half cast or have access to limited divine spells, right? The bard, the artificer, and the paladin have all got a little bit of divine casting, but mostly.
Because I haven't
arcane
really
or
looked at what
half-cast.
anyone is.
I mean, we'll be okay, right? We've got friends in the city. I'm sure.
Yeah.
If we need to get a level 1 cleric to follow us around,
I mean, that's a good way to get a level 1 cleric killed, but cool.
Yeah, but then you replace them with another one.
They're only level 1, they're disposable.
Oh, God.
We'll make them wear red shirts.
Oh, no. The same, no, just be like, oh no, it didn't start red, but we used the same uniform for each. That's why it's brown pants. So
We'll be fine.
any
We've
other
got some
house?
healing.
Yeah, any other house rules we can think of that we want to add? I don't think so. The
Oh,
problem...
what are you doing for when you roll a crit? Are you doubling dice?
Oh yes, double dice on crit.
Yep.
Is that, sorry, when you say double dice, is it double the number of dice or double what you roll on the dice?
I like to go with it's so I go with max on the dice. So you get the max that you could for one set of dice, and then you roll another set. Does that make
Well, so
sense?
not double.
No. Okay.
I don't know why I asked. I don't need to know this.
Max. Yeah, Max.
All those
Let's
attack
see.
rolls you'll make.
Yeah. Oh, none of them.
Yeah. I have Eldritch Blast. I can cope with that. How do you have no damage spells?
I was
Well,
going
it
to say
was
it's actually quite hard to own.
Yeah.
Like, there's not that
Like, I
many
was doing
spells.
my spells and being like, oh, there's actually a weird number of damage things here.
And he's a bard.
Potentially, you should allow yourself to take damage spells where it's not the primary effect. Things like the
I-
Cold Phrase and the Hideous Laughters,
I-
things like that.
I will again point out this is Andy's self-imposed rule. So if he levels up and he goes, "Oh, actually, I need to kill something," he can, like, there's nothing stopping him taking those spells. At the same time, it's his character, it's his choice. I can see why he would not choose spells that are death ones.
I'm more impressed than anything.
Yeah.
Right, yes, it was very difficult. I managed to find the one sorcerer archetype that didn't have
Yeah.
a damaging spell as their part of their subclass.
Any other house rules? Oh, are people okay with the max number then dice? Because I think that that way you are guaranteed a decent amount of damage. Because I always fucking hate it when you roll a crit and then you fucking roll shit damage and you're like, I could have done more with an actual attack. Shit.
Oh,
Well, it's like
when
an
you-
Andy's game where I keep rolling crits and
Yeah.
do more damage with the next attack.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam. So it will be you do the maximum amount for the dice that you had, and then you roll those dice again, effectively. So let's
yeah.
So like if you were doing 2d8 damage, you'd do 16 damage plus, then you'd roll 2d8.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I assume, with my brutal critical feature, that's just a second straight dice roll. That's no.
Yes.
it's not,
I mean, yeah. Let's.
it would be weird to have two full dice rolls and one
Yeah.
straight roll.
Yeah. Okay. But that's worth noting. I'll write that down.
Yeah, I have brutal critical. If I crit, everything dies.
Well, the thing in front of you does.
That's true.
You're not going to like decimate the city.
No, I'm not going to decimate the city. But I have lots of fun rage features from the homebrew that I swung past Pete a very long time ago, and I hope you still call it.
Just not mentioned again.
I sent him the link. It has
Yeah.
fun stuff in it, like I get martial superiority die, and lots of things that allow me to move better while in rage. So I'm
Nice.
under rage. I'm under the effect of freedom of movement.
Oh, I think that really works for your character as well, because I can just imagine you like moving past like construction equipment and all of this stuff.
Yeah, I get
To get bullets and
freedom of
management.
movement while I'm enraged, and obviously my speed is faster because I'm a barbarian. And then I also have God, I have something else. Where is it from my character feature? There's just too many bloody features in this damn thing.
Yeah, because well, we'll go on to the character thing next, but I quite in my head any of the parts in your class etc that are vaguely magical, I kind of flavor as like you've built so much of the city that the city kind of responds to you in a bit of a way, like it it's helping you get where you need to go, etc. Anyway, cool. So if that's all the house rules done, shall we move on? Do you want to talk about the characters first, or do you want to talk about the world? Because it sounds like you've all got pretty strong concepts for your characters, so it might work better if we talk about the characters and then talk about the world and how you fit into it.
Is Sophie done making her character?
I'm still building at the moment.
I mean, we can talk about the
Yeah.
character concepts. We don't need like.
Yeah,
complete
I was
stuff
going to
do that,
say, I was more focused around character concepts rather than pure stats, because I'm fully expecting you guys to go away and in the next 2 weeks be like, ooh, actually I want this, or ooh, actually can I move that around? So I will just have a look at them before we start, and yeah, we'll just we'll see how it goes. Does anyone want to start? I normally pick on Sophie for this, but
My character is called Mike Smith.
Mike Smith,
He
yeah, he's the most generic white man.
I was gonna say one of my friends chose a Mike
Come on now.
Smith as
He's
well
not-
for
he's
their
not John
character.
Smith.
'Cause they were-
I almost called him Joe Bloggs. I was having a change it.
That'd be too far.
So his name's Mike Smith, and his background I took
Can
from
we-
Boat Hero, and I relabeled some of it to Union Hero.
I like it.
I really,
Mike
I feel
Smith,
like he should have an
Union hero.
alliterative name. I feel like he should have an alliterative name so he can turn out to be a superhero.
I mean, honestly, Mike Smith feels like it's the kind of name that in D&D is followed by ordinary hero, like human hero. Nope,
Yeah.
vanilla hero.
He's just your average white boy fighter, except that he's not a fighter. But yeah, he used to be a union labourer, and there may have been some incidents with management over health and safety and things like that. And now he's normatively got a job as a union rep now that the sort of union is sort of formed, although it's still probably not a strong union. It's still probably quite weak.
Okay.
But he's nominally got, well, it can be as strong as you like. The
Yeah,
union
no,
thing.
that's fine. It's just...
It, like, because management don't want to really employ him, the union has employed him, but he's not exactly the most health and safety legislation maybe, but like workers' contracts is sort of beyond him. And he really wants to prove that, he's the right man for his job for all his brothers, but he doesn't really know how to do that.
So he has a lot of brothers. Oh, brothers as in union brothers, or brothers as in...
Brothers as in union
So
brothers.
when you said brothers, I was like, oh, family dynamics. So, one thing I was going to do was say, if I ask you just a few questions on your character, and then I thought we'll go around and if everyone could provide one question about this character. Does that sound good to everyone?
Yeah.
One question to give to that person.
Yeah, so for example, my question to Ainsley will be, how much of the city has Mike Smith actually made? Like, because I should describe this...
Assuming the city would have, like, airships and lightning rail and stuff.
Yeah. Because the
Like,
actual city is... I've yet to provide you a map, but basically you have the old city, which is not slums, but like more historical old city kind of thing, and they've built on top of that kind of New Montsea, which is like domed city on top of the old one.
Cool. I would say he's probably like he's built like a lot of the engineering stuff, like the lightning rails and the airship docks and things like that. He's got like proficiency in like land vehicles and smith's tools, and I gave him like I wanted him to be able to be someone who had the skills to do a physical job. but not like just a basic labourer, but it's like technical job as well.
So not so his familiarity and like contribution to the city is less architectural and more practical. Like here is where the lightning rails go. Here is where airships dock. Here is where
Yeah, he's not an architect. He's a builder. He can install a rail or a substation or whatever to a plan, but he's not designing those plans. I've added Gnomish as his bonus language because I thought who are the people designing and operating the rail?
Yeah.
It's the gnomes.
Nice. Oh, I'm gonna write that down as part of the world now.
That it just feels right.
Yeah, I like it. I also like that Gnomish is almost the language of the engineer and the architect. Like it's the language of people who get stuff done.
I mean, it could be like dwarven or other stuff too.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah.
They're the tinkerers. They're building the boilers in my mind.
I like maybe. Well, we don't have to define every single language. Just Gnomish is known for that kind of thing. Cool. Does anyone else have a question?
I am struggling to think of one.
So another part of your character is that you're all going to have unique. I say unique items. It's either a unique item or a unique thing that it's effectively my DM gift to you. So we could talk a bit about that if you wanted, Ainsley, whilst people are having a think.
A fancy thing.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think we slightly talked about having like a big wrench or something that let you do stuff to the city, or like a key to the city or something like that.
Yeah, when I assembled my character sheet, I custom magic itemed a glaive into bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
It's a +1 glaive that's now bludgeoning damage, and I've called it Massive Pipe Wrench because So yeah, I think that's definitely that and or something that rallies the working man are the two things that I see as really like being the symbols of this character.
Yeah.
Like if there was a riot,
yeah,
he might be at the front.
I'm trying to think of like a magic item, like because I quite like normally taking a magic item and either basing it like on a spell or a existing magic item so that we have somewhere to start from. I'm trying to think of any like
protection from good and evil.
Ooh, protection from good and evil works, yeah. Protection from good and evil.
I can imagine him like charging forwards and being like, ha, 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 and then like everyone like rallying around him.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, the other thing I was thinking was maybe like aura-based things. I don't want to stretch on paladin auras, but yeah.
Well, we can definitely come back to this if you want.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to solve it immediately. It was kind of just filling time in, for other people to come up with questions. But anyone else have any?
Yeah, I have a question.
Good.
What is Mike's reason for being a union man? What is his motivation to be a union man?
He's always been a believer in like brotherhood and justice and equality. When I was looking for a picture for him, I did type in Soviet Union worker propaganda. That's definitely a vibe that he gives off. Like,
How long
He's-
before he ends up with a Soviet accent? Bravo! I am Mike Smith.
My weapons are a hammer and a sickle.
That I have forged into one weapon.
really, it's a massive pipe wrench, so it's adjustable, so he can do his trip attacks and disarms with it.
Nice.
It's a pipe wrench where the jaws can open up as wide as a sickle.
Yeah, cool. Anyone else got anything?
What
I've got
is
one.
Mike Smith's opinion
Oh.
of the university? I just
Oh,
got
there we go.
straight
Yeah.
I think that smart people are, valuable. We need smart people.
in. He said
But-
through gritted teeth.
I've just written university. They're okay. Sorry.
His concern is not on like academics versus the working man sort of class warfare. It's more ownership versus working man class warfare. So if a reasonably ethical academical, he's not against you.
It's alright, you can say it. The university owns too much of the city.
Like
I-
university owns land.
I-
Why do
I
university
really-
own land.
I really like that. I like the idea that the university, because universities do like secretly own lots of little bits of the city they're in.
Certainly not secret in Cambridge.
Yeah, I mean, we could have that if you want. And I, as a union man, I can imagine Mike being very like, yeah, so we had to divert the entire fucking lightning rail because apparently you're not allowed to put anything on university land. I don't know. What are you
Sounds
thinking?
realistic to me.
What are you thinking, Ainsley?
Sure, why not? Like, he's probably got a lot of gripes. It's probably not his most serious.
Every person who owns land in the city, he's got gripes with.
Yeah, but I like that as almost a character thing of like he has gripes with everyone who owns land and everyone, because I like the idea that Mike is not the easiest to make friends with because he's not looking to have powerful, influential landowning friends. His friends are the union and the union members.
Worker power, not money power.
Yeah.
I'm the only reason I'm in like the high end of like running the city is just because like there is a danger that one we'll go off and try and unionize some other people, or two that we'll just shut down all like cargo transport. So
I mean-
it probably pisses some people off.
I feel like Mike has definitely shouted property is theft at someone. And like
Yeah.
only half not meant it.
My opinion of university probably being above or below other people is probably less dependent on the land that they own and probably more dependent on the amount of scholarships available.
Oh yeah.
Because yeah, he's pissed off at everyone that owns land. So like, there's a baseline there, I think.
Yeah. Alright. Sam, you had a question.
It was pretty straightforward, I guess. Like, what did Mike grow up in like New Monsey, or is he from
Oh.
further afield?
Oh no, he definitely grew up in like some like one up, one down brick home with a shitter like at the end of the garden.
So not from the city.
No, definitely.
Oh, definitely from the city.
From,
And
from,
the poorer end.
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, you did have one up, one down, but also a shitter at the end of the garden.
Like yeah, just like a living room and dining room, like a one room downstairs for daytime, and like just one room upstairs with like 7 beds in.
Nice. Have we heard anything? I think it's just Sophie. Do you have any questions? Or do you have a question for Mike?
I've kind of phased in and out while I'm building this character, to be quite honest with you. He said something about at the beginning. You said you were in trouble for
I
doing
probably
something.
Ooh.
You were
there was probably an accident, like
Yeah.
building or repairing the rail, and then I caused a big fuss, and management was like, "I'm gonna get rid of you," and I was like, "You can't get rid of me. We all quit." And
Okay, I have a question. Are you friends with any of your employees or anyone at work? Are you friends with them?
I'm friends with everyone at work.
And they
who is
genuinely
not-
like you, to your knowledge?
They know I've always got their back. Like,
Oh, that's nice.
they're
Yeah.
not if they're not upper management. If I feel like they're not being abusive to the other workers, I have got their back, which is why when management refused to work with me, they were like, "Well, we've got a new union, give him a rep, like get him a rep job," because management don't want to be in the same room as this guy, so we won't work unless they agree to our terms. So we're going to get them to agree to our terms by locking them in a room with this guy, because
Yeah.
he will stay in that room as long as he needs to get our terms agreed. And if he's in that room for a week, he's in that room for a week. He will do what it takes
All right.
for everyone.
I've got one last question before we move on. What's Mike's relationship to law enforcement? 'Cause yeah, again, you can make up what law enforcement is in the city. But in my head, I've imagined that they've moved beyond just guards who wander around and punch people.
They're better. Law enforcement is better than it used to be. Don't get me wrong, but they're still a tool of the owning class.
Yeah. Like I like.
You can say ACAB. This is a safe space.
Yeah, because I was kind of imagining that the political, I don't know whether we call them the law enforcement in the city are focused much more around like de-escalation, and they're not as much a military force. But I think Ainsley makes a good point of like, even if they're very polite people who turn up to keep everything safe at your protest, they are still there to protect the status quo more than, you know.
Yeah. If there was a small riot because they were trying to bulldoze some houses to like, build something that the local people won't be able to benefit from, I would definitely punch a cop.
Yeah, like alright, cool. All right. So who'd like to go? Let me just double check my list. So we've gone through summary of character, talked about your unique item. Are there any goals that you have in mind, like right now, that you want to share, or that you want to send to me separately, or?
I definitely think proving myself as like worthy of being like a representative of the union is one of this guy's goals. Like, he is not a diplomat. He is not a lawyer. He is not the world's most smart. He's not the world's smartest or most charismatic man. He, could do like this. He's in a world where the only thing he's got going for him is he's stubborn, and everyone is currently trusting him that his stubbornness on their behalf
will end in good results.
Will end in good results eventually.
So how long has he been in this role, are we saying? When the game starts?
Probably a little while,
Like
but
less than
apart
a
from-
year?
um,
Maybe
not sure.
second year?
Maybe second year. Like
Second year?
he's had the whole like the big uprisings for the union, like initial agreements and all of that, where there was obviously a lot of support behind him. So like he's strongest when everyone is agreeing.
Yeah.
But if it gets to the point where like there's dissent amongst the working man about what the next step is, he's afraid he's not going to be able to handle that.
Yeah, so he feels he wants to. Yeah, I think that's good motivation. It makes sense. It's also not a defined how he's going to prove himself. It's just he wants to find some way to prove himself, whether that's whatever that is. Cool. So I think that's pretty much covered you for now. We'll come back and talk about your unique item. We can discuss exactly what it is. I like the aura thing. I like slightly the idea that we could give you this slightly as like almost your thing of office kind of thing. This is what you've got, that shows you're the union rep kind of thing. Cool. Is anyone else willing to go next?
I'm ready to go, I think.
Postmaster General. Cool.
Mhm.
So yeah, do you want to give us a quick summary of your character?
Right, so Augustus Corivore is the postmaster of is the postmaster of the New Monty Post Office and has been for a number of years.
Augustus, yeah.
He is. So like it was formerly just like a street kid scavenger who had a knack for creating magical tech or weaponry out of scrap. He was taken in by the Postmaster General of the Material Plane Postal Service.
Ooh, I love that, the material plane one. Yeah. Go on.
After the Postmaster General was pressured by the board into employing someone with modern magical skills and know how to turn around.
Yeah, I like the idea that they've been sorting everything by like summoning creatures and doing it, and it's like what? Sorry, go on.
So Augustus is actually he's an apprentice of Jean from the first game.
Yeah.
Jean being immortal now after becoming undead during events at the end of the last game. Ended up founding the Material Plane Postal Service and running it for many years as a sort of information gathering tool to monitor happenings around the entire continent because he couldn't really do it by himself. With the emergence of sort of like personal magical technologies and stuff, just using the post has become a far less popular means of communicating with people over long distances. And the post office has since fallen into sort of disuse and financial struggles.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, I'll start us off. So, my first question is: was Jean the one who recruited you, or was Jean the one who recruited you, or was that someone else in the employ of the post office?
Jean recruited him.
So, is this the equivalent of him seeing someone on the street and going, "I don't know how to use my iPhone. Can you help me? do you want a job?"
No, I think it's later on than that.
Oh, yeah. I mean that was when you were a child. Yeah.
Yes, he would have seen an advertisement for the position at the post office and gone for it.
Nice.
But yeah, he ended up working for Jean, and seeing potential in Jean, tried to train him as well a monk, but Gus never had an actual
Yeah.
harnessing key, and he was never.
It
really
didn't
able to pick
take.
up.
Yeah.
No, it didn't take. No. So like
I like
his fight.
Go on.
His fighting style is probably similar to how Jean fights, but he leans on sort of magical text and artificer to do things rather than key.
I like the emphasis on kind of like making it work kind of thing. Yeah, that sounds cool.
And yeah, so
So does anyone else have any questions?
I have one.
Oh, sorry, Ed, straight in with that.
Straight in there.
By the way, I'm going to answer on Sam's behalf. If this question is about the royalties of intellectual property,
I realised.
I was going to ask about Glom of Net, but
yeah.
what was my question again?
Sorry.
Yeah, like, how much does Augustus know about Jean's like history? Like,
Probably not a huge amount. I don't think Jean would have been very forthcoming with sort of like much of the events of the
I mean,
past.
he's known for being so talkative.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we? I mean, one of the nice things about this is because you played Jean previously, I am going to lean heavily on like, what is Jean like? What will Jean say to these things? But a little bit. Do you have like a slight summary for like what's Jean like now? Because I'm kind of imagining him. Like, if you guys did go to him and you said, "Oh, Jean, we need to save the city," oh yeah, and he'd be like, "Yes, we need to redo the post office and stop all these kids on their mobile phones. That's how we save the city." Like just a much longer priority thing.
I say like Jean has like he has probably a bit of an obsession with like preventing the return of ancient evils, but like he's become he's like, yes, he's immortal, but time's aged him and he's not really able to do much himself anymore. Like he's just fragile.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that. So he's physically fragile.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Well, so like the prequel trilogy Yoda rather sequel trilogy Yoda rather than the prequel trilogy Yoda. Yoda before he knew backflips.
Well, his arm did basically turn into paper, and it's been 1,000 years, and paper's not great with that amount of time.
Yeah. I like the idea that again he is immortal but not unaging. So like he is old now. Even with that like timeless body shit, no one's done a timeless body as long as Jean has.
Yeah.
It's so old that when he crosses the threshold at work at the end of the day, he has to turn around again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. You go on. Sorry.
Augustus doesn't really share any of Jean's concerns. Augustus is obsessed with the proper functioning of the post office and restoring it to how it should be. And he has a bit of a strange relationship with Jean because he finds it difficult to get his request forms signed by him for new equipment or new hires for the post office.
I was going to ask, what is Augustus' opinion of Jean?
Oh. Sorry.
He's
I had to turn that
yeah.
down.
He has a strained relationship with them because they don't have the same priority. They don't have the same priorities.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm semi-imagining, again, this is going really into Discworld, which I'm sorry, Sophie, you don't know. But I'm kind of imagining like the relationship between the Arch-Chancellor and, what's his name? The head of so many other things.
I can't remember.
Yeah, do you know the guy I'm talking about though?
I know the guy.
Yeah.
The head, like the head honcho of like Ankh-Morpork or whatever.
Oh no, I was talking about in the university.
The guy who made Hex.
Yeah, the guy who made Hex.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who actually does stuff in the university.
I have a question. What percentage of your post actually arrives next day when people have paid for next day delivery?
Probably only around 30 or 40% at the moment.
30 to fuck me, man. That's not good.
One of no one really cares because the post isn't really that popular even. It's only really used by old people who don't. But,
we're talking about this fictional post.
One of my goals that I have written down in my notes for Augustus is that the post office must be able to make at least 95% of its deliveries on time.
Okay.
I am loving that in this
incorporate that into
in this intricate mystery about saving the soul of a city, but we gotta get the post running.
Yeah.
We'll just dedicate 3-4 years
getting a properly functioning society.
Before this, I was really on the idea that Jean was going to be the one being like, oh yeah, the post office is the most important thing. But no, it's you who's the post office is the most important thing. And Jean's like, no, we must save the universe.
I have a question. What's Augustus's long-term goals? Where's he see himself doing in like 10 years' time or whatever once the post office is running better?
Well, he'd probably be after Jean's job. I would have thought, because once the post office is restored, once the use of the post has been restored to popularity, what's next for him? The rest of the country, taking rolling out his improvements to other branches.
Okay, I have a quick other question. What does he think about the efficiency of other parts of the city? Are there any parts of the city that he's like, they should be looking to be more efficient? I'm thinking like the university or the lightning rail or
any sort of part of the city which hasn't really properly adopted magical tech, because he thinks that's he believes that is the future of how everything should be working. Like automation, taking things away from taking mundane tasks away from people and having magic do it for everyone.
Nice. All right.
Toying with the idea of also having
I was going to say, do you have a homunculus?
He has a Steel Defender, which I also generated an AI image for. Where is it? I'll put it in the chat. There we go. That's Reg.
He's adorable.
Oh, he has a little arm just for giving post.
Yeah, he's got a level up to give someone.
He's
not a good boy. He definitely can't maul people to death with those big claws.
I love the idea that the first enemy he kills, he just repeats, "You have mail. You have mail." Yeah, that's great. I like it. Yeah. Anything else? I think we've heard from Andy. We've heard from Ed. Oh no. Oh, Andy.
Oh, as in questions.
Yes, questions. Sorry.
I did answer.
Ainsley, do you have anything you want to ask? Augustus.
Sorry, I'm I'm in the kitchen making dinner at the same time. I don't think I have anything else to ask Augustus. He's already told me what his long-term plans are. He sounds like a decent bloke. I'll ask him about his opinion on manual labour versus efficiency and all the time.
I was going to say, are you going to look to unionise the post workers? So you do have postmen, don't you? I'm
Yes,
assuming most of them
yeah.
were recruited by Jean, though. So
Yeah, like it's difficult for Gus to get approval. To actually make hires.
I like the idea that there's a lot of really buff postmen.
Like it would be good to employ more people, but like the post office is in debt as well, so
Okay.
it's difficult.
Really
to
good
make-
at hiding in shadows. Like, it's really weird.
I love the idea that Jean.
When did this post turn up? I don't know.
Yeah.
Jean's like
Yeah.
emphasis is like, oh, they a good post office should be seen and not heard, and by which I mean break into their house and leave their post on the way.
You'll never catch these posts.
I can imagine.
Postmen on your Nest cam.
I can imagine all the postmen and like the depot managers are all conspiracy nuts. Conspiracy nut.
They are all old people, so like they work. No, sorry, because you said the post office is used by old people, so I like the idea that like anyone who works at the post office pretty much only talks to old people during their day.
They're always delivering packages when you're out, even if you're in all day.
Yeah, I am. This is a new meme of like, but I was here. Why did you leave a letter saying that you came and I didn't see you? How did I not see you?
I was stood in the doorway.
Sorry, you missed us.
And somehow this letter appeared inside my house, and I was stood on the doorway. One last question I have is so what relationship does Augustus have to the messenger? Being as I'm assuming Jean set up the post office at least partially in the messenger's name and.
Yeah, like the post office was largely a means to sort of for espionage.
Oh,
Like
okay.
to keep to follow communications across like the entire continent for like whispers of like the returns of the seals or something. So like that's what Jean's motivation was for putting it together.
Which kind of explains why he has lots of buff postmen.
Postal service.
Yeah, I like this idea because it really fits with the I've made this great thing, and as a cover we deliver post, and Augustus has really come in going, then we need to deliver post, okay? Like at some point your cover has become an actual job that has been going for 1,000 years. Come on, we need.
Like, I think, like, I don't think Augustus has any sort of like relation to or relationship with like the old messenger god, because
Yeah, I think that fits with Jean describing it to you, and then you're kind of like, but I want to focus on post.
Yeah, like he's aware of all of Jean's old stories and like the legends of old, but he's pretty indifferent. It's just like, this isn't relevant anymore. This is stuff that happened like thousands of years ago. Come on.
Yeah, like I'm sure it was very scary back in the times before all of this. No, that's brilliant. I like it. Cool. So we were going to talk about. I've got down unique item. So do you have any thoughts on anything for that?
My unique item, which I think I already put onto my sheet, the presumption that I thought it would be okay.
I can't see your sheet at the moment. Have you?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure it's in the.
Oh, that's fine. If you just send it to me, so I can have a. Yeah, don't worry.
Yes. Yeah. I'll just beam it to you. yeah, like his primary weapon that he uses.
It's a
I
post gun.
It's a tie blade. So like it's like he takes off his his tie.
Oh fuck me! I love that.
He's attuned to it. He runs magic through it, and it sort of like becomes rigid and gains the properties of a short sword.
Ooh.
But,
Oh, it's
so
I don't think it will let me access it. Sorry.
I don't know what.
We can sort it out later. But
yeah.
but
So, like it's something. Yeah, it's something he has to attune to. It's sort of it is a magic weapon, and it counts as a concealed weapon when it's not in sort of like sword form.
okay.
But one ability that I did give it is that when it is in short sword form, it counts as a non-magical weapon for the purposes of doing artificer infusions.
Oh, I like it. Yeah. Because I was going to say it might be easy to just base it off Shadowblade, like the spell. But if you're looking to use it for infusions and stuff, then yeah, let's go with a physical blade and not confuse anything. Yeah, that sounds really good. I mean, is there any? Because I also, it feels like it's on it. It feels like it would be unusual for your character to carry a weapon, but I very much think Jean would be like, no, you have to carry a weapon everywhere, and it has to be concealable. And so I'm
have your envelope knife on you.
I was going to say, I mean, we can have a look at it a bit more when I have access to it. But I mean, I'm happy to add some like shadow magic stuff to it if you want, like stuff to kind of represent the stuff that you've learned from Jean. But yeah, that sounds good to me. Yeah, I think that's pretty much covered everything for now. Does anyone else want to step up to the plate?
I can.
I mean,
Oh.
yeah, go on, Andy,
yeah,
you go.
let's go with
I'm going to be just as lost
Yeah.
if I do it now rather than later. So.
I'm playing Dr. Stephen Rutherford Hughes, a normal, regular human scientist.
Sorry, the number of characters who start with the prefix normal, regular guy.
Normal, regular guy. Basically, was running experiments on time dilation in a government-funded long-shot project that wasn't bearing fruit, and therefore had a lot of pressure to get results and not the right equipment. And something went wrong, and now I have magic powers.
Do you have a superhero name?
Dr. Fuck
No.
Up. I like the idea that the papers have called you Dr. Fuck Up.
I mean, yeah, it does very much sound like a superhero origin,
Yeah.
except for the fact that this is a world with magic, and therefore
Very plausible.
He hasn't got abilities beyond the normal human being. It's just that he's acquired them very quickly, about a week ago, and doesn't know how to control them.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say, so first thing, first question I have, how public was this failed experiment, and were there any consequences or explosions, or what was the effect on the city, or was there an effect on the city?
I mean, I'm going to say probably not particularly public. It was one of these long-going, long-shot projects that the government sets up in the time of prosperity, but now there's no money, and they're shutting those sort of projects down because they haven't come to fruition. He'd been assigned to a backside street.
That is
lab.
Yeah, that is interesting to me. Now has powers. So the government right now are cutting these kind of projects.
Yeah, maybe it's under like a previous government that they were set up, and the new government's come in and said, "No, we don't want it," or they're having to cut back on spending, or they've got a new fee anyway. Either way, they're cutting the funding on this particular area, and the project I was working on didn't come up with any results, so I was stationed in an ill-equipped lab out of the way.
Government cutting lots of these projects due to new. Let's put new gov change.
Sure.
Something has changed in the government.
Yeah.
One thing I was going to say, would you be prepared for your experiments to be more cosmic based, like you were looking into space and stuff?
I was thinking probably looking into something to do with like time dilation.
Yeah.
And basically sinking a load of energy into something, and as a result, hole in the cosmos opened up, and now I'm magical.
So,
Oops, Cosmos Hole.
I was going to say, so your experiments were around time dilation, and it resulted in a cosmic hole.
Yeah.
Did you go to the land of the mighty Boosh? Did you take a journey through time and space?
I'm going to say probably not. It was more of a case of suddenly cosmic hole opened up, and he tried to shut the experiment down as quickly as possible, but not before he'd been tainted by it.
So, yeah, sorry if I'm monopolising questions quickly, because this is interesting.
Well, you're the DM. You need
Yeah.
to understand.
Yeah. So your experiments were in time dilation. It resulted in a cosmic hole. Is the hole still there?
Nope, because I shut it down very quickly.
You shut it down very quickly.
Oh, very good.
Cool. So you shut it down very quickly. The hole is not there.
I feel like that's no as far as he's aware.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was
it's
the
time
thing.
dilation, so
Yeah.
it could appear at any point.
This is the
Were
other.
you working alone?
Yep.
Ooh. Yeah. Because you were under pressure, so you literally
Under pressure, underfunded.
Underfunded. Yeah. Cool. I like that. Time thing. Whole. What do you remember from the whole, if anything? Because I was gonna say your class is sorcerer, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Copper
So
sorcerer.
there's no real need for any kind of patron or anything like that. But we do know that something has fucked with you, and now you have, maybe not something with sentience, but the cosmos has fucked with you, and now you have weird powers.
Yep.
So what? Yeah, I mean, what's your understanding of what's happened to you, or does he not have any understanding?
I mean, as far as my character is concerned, it happened last week. He has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, last week.
It's like last week he was a perfectly ordinary scientist meddling with time, and now he's.
Sorry, just the statement. I was a perfectly normal scientist meddling with time.
Was it really last week?
Ooh. Sorry, is this going to be another one where I'm like, yeah, you're 200 years in the future and you haven't noticed?
I mean, as far as my character is concerned, it was last week.
It was last
week. Whether it was actually last week.
I'm going to go flat and say, I mean, I kind of like the idea of last week. It gives your character a real emphasis of no understanding of their powers, etc., etc. I think it gives a good. It works within the timelines that I have here. So
cool.
It's been a week. Sorry, I'm going to open it. Does anyone else have any questions?
It has been a week.
It has been a week.
I have a question.
Yep.
Have you got loads of published papers that I can read? Are they in the
Probably,
library?
probably some from when he was getting his doctorate, but he was a commercial scientist, so most of the work that he would have been working on would be intellectual property of the company he was working for, and may or may not be published because it's trade secrets.
So you were working for a company.
Yep.
Do you want to name that company?
I haven't thought that far ahead.
Okay. But we can name that company.
Name and shame.
Oh, because I was going to say, you were a scientist at that company. Are we just talking in terms of scale of that company? Are we talking like a one-man band where it's like you ran that company, it's your company, you did all the intellectual stuff, or were you just one part of a bigger company?
I think it was probably a bigger company sort of set up and established to take advantage of these long shot scientific grants that were being
And
issued.
they were being closed down, yeah. So you're kind of a one-man department in a
Yeah.
larger company. Got you. All right. We'll come up with a name for that company. Because I think they've definitely got to be involved in
Yeah.
something, because they've got some, despite making you sign a load of forms saying that they have no responsibility, I think they will definitely be involved in conversations of what's going to happen to you. Anyone else have any questions? That was a good one.
Have you started to exhibit signs of having obtained some form of powers already, or are you unaware of any sort of major changes?
Yes, I can now do magic, and I never used to, and I can barely control it. So sometimes it goes awry.
Do you?
I'm just going to
anyone
write down
else
LexCorp for
responsible?
now. Sorry.
Hmm?
Sorry, I talked over Ainsley. You go.
Do you hold anyone else responsible? Are you bitter or aggrieved, or is this just these things happen?
I think probably these things happen. Like he was aware of the funding cuts and was trying to desperately get a result that was unlikely to happen.
Okay, so he's sort of just as responsible as anyone else.
Yeah,
He's not bitter.
no.
Cool.
I'm
Nice.
just imagining you become a level 10 sorcerer overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's a lot to get the hang of.
Yeah.
Go to light your candle with a simple firebolt, and a fireball comes out. Oh my god!
Cool. So, other questions I have. Since the week that since the week of the experiments, what has happened to you?
Good question.
So this is just a pitch, but I'm kind of imagining that although it didn't cause like massive damage to anything or anything like that, I'm imagining your lab was wrecked. Like this was a big enough thing that people got involved, like government people got involved, especially because, or maybe it wasn't the fact that the explosion etc. was actually unnoticed. It was the fact that you wandered out doing a load of magic, not being able to control it, and then people had to come and kind of control you.
Sedate me, yes.
Yeah.
Probably.
So I'm actually, here's my pitch. My pitch is that you probably are under observation at the university right now.
Yeah.
Or some kind of, I mean, we can decide what it is, but medical facility or something like that.
It would probably be university over medical facility. I'm guessing it's not a regular occurrence.
I mean, I'm liking the idea that your employer doesn't because they don't know whether or not your experiment, whether they should be saying it's a success or a failure or like what happened, but you gained 10 levels in 3 seconds. So I like the idea that they've called in favors at the university, because they can't be seen to be meddling with you, but they've called in favors at the university to have you put under their care and assessment.
Yeah, that would make sense. I've got a name of the company, by the way.
Oh yeah, LexCorp.
Moonshots Incorporated.
Oh, I love that. Moonshots.
That's a fucking black site company.
At the risk of falling back on earlier characters, have you heard about our Lord and Savior OSHA regulations?
Oh, that would definitely be Mike's first comment, being like, "So
Yeah.
you blew yourself up."
Well, I signed a waiver.
You have a lawyer.
So another question I have is, I'm imagining that Moonshot Incorporated, whether by design or etc., do you have much knowledge of the other projects that they were involved in?
Probably not. He
Probably not.
might once have done, but like given the timescale and how much pressure he was
Yeah.
under, he sort of sunk into his own sort of project and didn't have time to focus on anything else.
Okay. Anyone else got any questions?
Did you have a bad gut feeling that what you were doing was wrong? That it would hinder the world in a negative way, your research, rather than a positive?
Not wrong per se, but he knew he was pushing his luck and taking risks beyond what he should have done.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, but it was sort of under the pressure of knowing that, like, he's got maybe at most 6 months left to get a result. Otherwise, he's going to have to look for a new job.
Yeah. So what was his motivation in doing this? Was it just that he didn't want to lose his job, or is it the intellectual curiosity, or like why would he risk it all? Is it that he's just not very good and he's really worried he won't get another job?
I mean, probably partly like super specialized, and therefore finding another equivalent role is going to be quite difficult. I imagine, given the fact he was leading a department, he had some at least financial investment in the company or shares or something.
I also imagine that a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a pitch of, I like the idea that a non-magical, like non-mage, etc., heading this kind of research is also relatively rare, because normally they like high-level wizards doing this because they have magic.
And they can instill like safety measures using magic.
Yeah, it's cheaper for them to do it because they are the safety measure.
Yeah.
As such, do you have a bit of a resentment against magic or magic users? Or is it all much the same? Like science and magic are kind of the same.
Yeah, I guess he might have had a little bit of resentment a couple of months ago, but as of last week, he kind of doesn't have an option to have a resentment anymore.
I was going to say, because you're a talented researcher who's gained all these. Why weren't you a higher level spellcaster?
I was not gifted enough.
You didn't have the natural gifts for it. I like it. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, had the intelligence, but not the
arcanic. Just because you're smart doesn't mean you're a wizard. Yeah.
Yep.
I like it, and I like the idea that you possibly would have faced a lot of stereotypes because people assumed that you were smart, so you must be a wizard. And when you go, no, I'm not actually trained in magic. I never picked it up. They kind of go, oh, okay. Like the assumption, it's like, oh, okay, so you can't, like, is it the assumption is it because you're dumb? And it's definitely not because you're dumb. You just don't have magical talent. You're not, some people.
I'll show them now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of ironic that now you have magical power that has nothing to do with your intelligence. In fact, it would be much better if it was based off your intelligence. No, I like it. Cool. It also might explain why your charisma's quite high, because you've had to convince people to invest in you. Like you're that scientist who's really having to pitch. My research works. I like it. Cool. So you're currently under the care of the university. Blah, blah, blah. Have I missed anything? Does anyone else have any questions?
No.
No. So So in terms of your unique item, I think we talked a bit about basically giving you. I mean, do you want to explain it?
Sure. So, not so much a magic item as
I was going to
want
say
it-
we could phrase it as like this is the harness that you have on, but it's up to you.
I think it's more like a symptom
Yeah.
of his current condition.
I mean, we could call it cosmic curse if you want.
Yeah. Well, I've got it down as touched by the cosmos.
Yes, I love it. Nice.
In my equipment, but essentially, whenever I do magic, there's a chance for it to go wrong. If
So you're a wild magic cosmic sorcerer.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, precisely. Yeah. So every time I do a spell, I have to roll a d6, and then on a 1, I get a meta magic effect for free. On a 2 or 3, the spell acts normally. 4 or 5, the damage type or the nature of the spell changes on a dice roll, and then 6, I get wild magic surge instead.
Right.
Yeah. I'm gonna admit, me and Andy talked about this today, and I really, really like this as a thing because I think it works so thematically well. And again, if he chooses to do damage things, it actually makes it more random for him. So it's kind of a, I don't want to hurt people because it's even more chaos. The one other thing I was going to say is, with being under the care of the university, I think that your character has the knowledge right now that his future and the future of his research is not very certain. As such,
Oh yeah, I mean, I think he probably thinks it's over.
Yeah, like I like the idea that a lot of people are like just from the little part where you came out of your thing all dazed and covered in you don't know what, and you started doing magic just in the street going, oh, I'm so sorry, oh, fucking the floor is now flowers, the floor is now tentacles, what is the floor is now dildos, what? I like the idea that you would have definitely been instilled that people think that you are dangerous because people
I mean,
are.
to be honest, I think I'm dangerous.
Yeah. As such, do you
I'll
have?
be back in just a second.
Oh, that's cool. Do you have any goals in mind? Oh,
I mean,
now you can send me them privately again.
I mean, the obvious one is working out what the fuck happened.
Oh, I like that. Goal. What
But-
happened?
I guess, I mean, there's sort of 2 questions: what the fuck happened, and why the fuck did it happen? And those are maybe 2 completely separate things.
Yeah. I'll have a quick think about whether or not we combine those, but yeah, what the fuck happened and why the fuck happened are good. Nice. All right. Cool. I think that's everything. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss about your character?
No, I think I've hugged the limelight for long enough.
Cool. Who's next then? I'm sorry, Ed is gone, so I'm sorry, darling, but this is your time to shine.
That's okay.
I'm okay.
It's my turn to think on my feet.
So, do you want to give us a summary of Rob Goodvine? Nice.
Robin.
Robin
Robin
Good-
Goldvine.
Goldvine. sorry.
Yeah. So I am a paladin of the Oath of Ancients, and I am. I work very closely with the CEO of Bob's Tea Shop chain, that he made. before forming himself into a tree. So I have a hand in the smooth running of the tea shop and everything that Bob's teachings have left us. I don't giggle. I am in charge of training for everybody and making sure that everybody within the recruits and the staff and everything that goes into Bob's Emporium is up to date and everyone is on track and ready for what is prophesized. And what else?
Yeah, because I was going to say we should probably point out that Bob's or Uncle Bob's tea shops are the equivalent of Starbucks in this world. Like there's
one on every corner.
There's one everywhere. Like this is an empire, not a quaint little. I trained three or four people. This is I am a VP of fucking a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Are they this popular because they still drug the
patrons?
Oh,
I like the idea that you can still buy those teas.
Pure cocaine, and then
yeah.
It's Coca-Cola next to a Starbucks.
Yeah. They are an empire that really moves stuff. Like, I don't want to step on Sophie's toes, but we've talked about like them having orphanages, them having charity foundations, like they're kind of just everywhere in that.
We're like
corporate way.
It's like when you see Starbucks and you're like, goddamn Starbucks, fucking everywhere. This way you go, oh Bob's, thank God, let's go inside, and get some rest. Yeah.
They never charge you for hot water. There's loads of like amenities and
Yeah, there's loads of great stuff. Everybody loves Bob's. I just basically spend my day with the CEO as right-hand man, usually standing behind him, just making sure everything's going well. I get sent out on random missions if there's something that's come up that I need to deal with, then I'm usually the one that's called upon. Several different aliases that I go by, but we'll just go with Robin for now.
Do you ever sample the merchandise?
All the time. Don't start the day without it. No. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Never sample the merchandise.
Have you found that
go wandering every morning?
Have you found that the formation of workers' unions has impacted like the efficiency and profit margins of your business?
Oh, look at you stirring up shit and it's not even started. I love it.
I'm happy to report that all of our employees are very happy in their job. They all get benefits.
They
all
don't
get
need
dental
a union.
And healthcare.
And a union would just
everything.
be stealing money out of their pay.
Exactly. We listen to our staff and we give them what they want. We're actually good people.
What follow-up question? What do your odd jobs involve?
I really love this. Is starting to become like an actual press conference. Follow-up question. What?
Follow-up question. I mean, it could be from anything. It could be. Well, I'm not allowed to disclose that kind of information. But with other things I get sent out to do, it could be something as small as, hey, this kid has just turned up. It doesn't have any parents. Let's find it a home at the orphanage. And I will just make sure that that child settles in well, because a personal touch, really works within Bob's Emporium. Or it could be there's somebody threatening the staff at Bob's down the road, go sort them out, and I'll go sort them out. Any threats to the business, I'll sort out. Yeah, it could be anything.
Like unions.
I love how evil you guys have made this court already. I love it.
We're genuinely good.
But we're good.
I'm not trying to like. We are genuinely the best company to work for.
Can I ask this? You mentioned Bob's prophecies that he left the business before he moved it, turned into a tree. Is this like public knowledge, or is this like corporate secret?
It's I don't think we've really decided, Pete.
No, I mean,
I don't think
it
it's
can
public
be...
knowledge because we don't want to scare people. It's more like because it's 1,000 years later, it's one of those stories that has, instead of like intensified as time's gone on, it's been
Like
lessened
John.
as time's gone on. Yeah, it's so like
Two very
I think
different
everybody
ways of dealing.
vaguely knows like the odd
is it the sort
like
of thing
the
where,
odd
like,
story, but it's not like in depth.
If someone said King Arthur's going to return soon to save Britain, we'd all give a bit of a giggle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like, is
yeah,
it the
that
sort of thing
thing.
where, like, I might have read about it in the library, but it's not something that people generally are
Like-
oh
like-
yeah, Bob's prophecy.
yeah.
Yeah, like how
Yeah,
the
yeah,
inventor
yeah,
of
yeah.
cornflakes did it to stop masturbation. Like,
You only know if you really look into
Yeah.
it. And not many
That's
people
right.
really look into it because they think they already know what's up.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Any other questions?
What motivates Robin to do the work that they do?
So he was brought up in. He's actually a great ancestor of Bob, and he is Fey touched because Bob and Digitalis did the
He's an
dirty.
ancestor of Bob.
Yeah. Wait, is that right? No,
Descendant.
descendant.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah. Yeah. I was like, no, still
Say
answer.
that time dilation
Yeah.
research.
I would love. Oh no, you're all from different periods of time, and you somehow didn't know.
Yeah, so he was brought up in that area as well. It's all he's ever really known, and he knows that the prophecy is probably highly likely going to come to fruition in his lifetime. So he's taken over being the head honcho right-hand man from the guy who's retired, died. And because he was just so fucking useless, because he knew it wouldn't happen in his lifetime, he's had to really step up to the mark and prove himself to.
He's a motivated
everybody,
individual, isn't he?
Yeah, super motivated.
Cool.
So very dedicated.
Yeah. So
As
one.
a paladin would be.
Yeah. So one question I have is what relationship do you have to like the Feywilds?
I think he taps in every so often. It used to be once a week, and now it's about once a month.
Okay.
You know.
Cool.
So he still keeps his toe in the water, in the Fey waters.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, his big toe looks gnarly.
Anyone else got any questions? No.
What
Oh.
would you do? You have anything that you'd love to be able to do once this whole prophecy business has been sorted?
Good
Ooh.
question.
Prophecy retirement dream.
Good question.
Oh, that is a good question.
It could be. The answer could be no. I'm just going to lose the world to
Yeah,
live.
I think he would just carry on. I think he would just carry on, like, still doing stuff for Bob's Emporium. Like, I think he'd still work for it. I think he would aim to retire maybe a little bit earlier than usual, if it was all sorted. But he would still, he'd still be training new people and passing on knowledge and everything like that. He wouldn't ever be fully out of it and travel around or anything. He's definitely a homebody and would stick where he is.
Okay.
Maybe do be a different persona for a bit
Yeah.
and then come back. I don't know. Yeah.
What? So what? Are there any goals that you have that you want to publicly say, or again? I feel like Sophie's character is a bit different in the fact that me and Sophie have been talking about her character for quite a while, so I'm happy to be like, oh yeah. This is more making sure that everyone else has an understanding of, yeah, I've heard of Rob Goodvine. Oh, sorry, Goldvine. He's
Yeah.
does that charity stuff, right? Or I don't know, does something with unions. I
He was implicated in that murder that time.
Although that was never proven and no one ever came forward.
And Bob's Emporium sued anyone who said anything publicly.
We didn't.
I think just to make sure that Bob's Emporium lasts and continues to do all the good that it does in the city and in the world, and wants to protect it as best he can.
Nice. So, in terms of your unique item, I think we talked about having a similar set of armor to Bob, except obviously, a bit more paladin focused. So I see you've got chainmail at the moment, so this would be replacing that for like full-on plate mail, but like glamoured plate mail, so you can easily make it look like whatever you want, or etc. Is there anything else you're thinking you want for it?
Yeah, like we said, I wouldn't mind the armor morphing with me as I chop and change around.
Of course.
I wouldn't mind the shield coming out of my arm, so it's like there's no physical shield that I'm holding, but when I want a shield, my arm like comes in front and then it comes out of my arm or something.
Yes.
Like the living tree armor kind of used to. So that's how I have my shield. So I can fold it away or I can get it out quite easy.
Cool. No, I'm fine with that. Do we want to like add? Because I don't know whether you.
I want a really cool sword. I want a cool ass sword.
Do you want a cool ass sword? Do you want that to be part of the armor that gives you that sword, or do you just want to spend money to buy a sword?
I want to spend money to buy a cool ass sword.
Cool.
I was imagining us ribbing Rob for having a wooden sword, and then just Rob just like cutting down like a pole
like,
with a wooden sword.
Blade of grass, like it's thin, just. I was going to say we could probably add on to your armor like a thorn whip ability for like dragging people towards you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's cool.
We'll have a chat and sort something out. But maybe in which case you can probably spend quite a bit of your money on getting a badass sword if you want.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. If you have a look on that link that Ainsley put of sane magic items.
Okay.
And just see. Sorry?
Are we going with those prices as opposed to the prices that you...
I think we'll go with those prices unless that really screws everything up for you.
How much money do we start with?
So you've got 5k at the moment.
5K.
Although I'm just having a look and 5k might not be enough for you.
Yeah, and the prices in that one are generally higher than the prices in the other one you were looking at.
Yeah, I'm a pretty important person. My wage is a lot.
Let me have a
Where is the link that Ainsley put in? Which one is it?
It should be in Gem.
In the character creation, just above the postmaster.
Oh, got it. Catalogue, same magical prices. Say the same magical prices.
Yeah, because like a +3 armor is 24,000.
Yeah, but in your other one, the +3 armor is like 100,000.
Yeah, that's why I'm.
Yeah, I think +1 weapon is about the same price. I can't remember.
It's 300 to 1,000, or whatever it is. But the +2 weapon is in the same item is like 4k, but in the one Pete posted it's 12k.
I
So it swings
Yeah.
both ways.
I will go.
Yeah, whereas like the Ironstone I wanted is a fraction of the price on here as it was on the other list.
Yeah, it's a hard one.
Yeah.
I will probably let's up it to 10 grand. I might regret this, but yeah, let's up it to 10 grand. I'll change that in the thing.
Does that price include the character special you're giving us?
No, that does not include the character special. So the character special will be a different price. Not a different price. Will be free. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, because with 10 you should be able to get like, you know, you won't be able to afford a flying carpet, but you should be able to get like a bronze griffin if you wanted. Sending stone. Yeah.
I just wanted a bronze griffin.
Yeah, it's kind of you can choose what you want, but I think 10 grand is enough to, because it means you can't get anything like +3. But yeah, we'll see. Cool. All right. Cool. What was I going to say? So yeah, is there anything else you want to cover about your character, Soph?
Not that I can think of immediately, no.
Okay. So Ed, are you okay to go on to your one, or should we take a
Yeah.
quick break before going on to yours?
I'm fine to go on, fine.
Okay. Let's go straight on to it then. So you are
I
Professor.
just want a quick break now. Might be better to get the characters out of the way and then have a break.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm Professor. I'm a blob. I'm a big blob.
I'm a big old blobby boy.
Yeah, basically, Professor was created by the university to basically like organise and be their quick reference for the library. But he came out too smart, and they've been forced to acknowledge that he is smart. And he's basically become like a celebrity historian kind of thing, and like does lots of talks. Like, I don't know if we've got TV, but if we do, he does like
Yeah.
documentaries, like all sorts of things like that. He spends a lot of time in the library at the university, and like one day, this is a thing that he doesn't tell anyone about, but I can't bother to keep it secret, and it'll come up.
Yeah.
Like he found like a ring at the back of a shelf in the library, and it turned out to be like a genie's ring. So he made it, and that genie was fucking bored of being at the back of a shelf in the library. So he made a deal with that genie to like, take it out of the library and stuff, and yeah,
Now you have a pet
pact.
genie?
Well, he has a pact with the genie.
Oh.
So he's able to like go inside the ring, and that's kind of his own little private cubby hole that he's just completely filled with books.
So in terms of
Yeah.
and
And
your
he specializes in like the history of the Iron Empire. Like that's what I'm really fascinated by. But yeah,
so first quick question. So your warlock your warlock patron like contract, that is essentially it sounds like he provides you power, you provide him entertainment. Like new things.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Like I very much want it to be less of a focus than like,
Yeah.
Barclays was, for example. Like, but,
Yeah.
you know,
This is a this is a simple exchange of carry my ring, show me cool things.
yeah. Like anything is better than being at the back of that shelf for another 500 years.
Yeah. Oh, so it's kind of a like you got a very good deal because bent over a barrel kind of thing.
I have a question. Because of your race, do you leave a slimy trail?
That's actually
No, I'm very
racist.
clean.
Uh,
I'm very clean.
What
If
is
I
your
left
race
slime
and
everywhere,
Uzi?
I'd end up small.
Oh, yeah,
plasmoid.
you
I am an ooze.
Plasmoid. Right. Do you eat food?
Probably, yeah. I don't think there's any like they don't eat food, so
No.
I need fuel. Yeah,
You
It's
kind
very
of just
much like a
engulf it.
fuel thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
You
just
can
kind of
hold your
drop
breath
it
for
in
1
like
hour.
like a cube, like a gelatinous cube. Just kind of stick it in somewhere. It's fine.
What she said.
Okay.
Do you have a face? You don't have a face.
He can make
Sorry,
a
I've
face.
never known. I didn't know what plasmoids were. I'm just looking at pictures and like none of them really have a face.
Yeah, it's like Flubber.
Oh,
But,
can
you
we
know.
call you Flabber?
That's
Humans
racist. I just...
I wear a nice colourful like robe. It's a little bit old fashioned at this point, but he likes it, so whatever.
Cool.
You know, that's his vibe.
Alright, alright.
Does he ever wanted to go outside of the university?
Oh, he goes out all the time into the city to like, yeah, do his talks. You know, he'll go to schools and teach them about whatever they're studying.
Teach them about
There was an
books.
eclipse.
Like, does he?
There was an eclipse last year, so he went and talked to them about like,
Oh.
how eclipses work.
There was
I'm
an
not
eclipse.
just there at
Right.
it.
There was an eclipse last year. Writing it down.
Sure, why not?
Does he have any other interests, like apart from
It was actually a
teaching
week
and
ago.
sharing knowledge?
It was a week ago. Weirdly, at the exact.
I'm sure I did find something that he was interested in. He likes pretty things.
Likes
Like,
pretty things,
yeah.
objects.
Like flowers and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, what a gentle soul! I'm gonna make him so many fucking flowers.
Oh.
So it sounds like he is quite fond of the finer things in life.
I mean, he doesn't care about like gourmet food or wines or anything like that. Like, because you know, what's the point in tasting it? It's just fuel.
Yeah, but equally, if you showed him a vase, he'd be like, "Oh, that's lovely. Look at the craftsmanship.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Especially like a really old one.
mid-early Iron Empire. Oh, you can." Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Are we talking about just an appreciation for like fancy art, or would he potentially appreciate a good graffiti?
I mean, as long as it's like pretty.
Um,
A tag's not gonna excite him, but
So,
I'm just trying to get a sense, like, is he, you know, subconsciously a bit hoity-toity, or whether he's generally appreciative, he just.
I think it's like
lives
he
that.
was like ultimately he was created as a knowledge engine, but like it's like he I think he enjoys the like nature of beautiful things as like not quantifiable kind of thing.
oh,
Like, that's not something that he can study. It's kind of
The gentle rebellion.
I was going to say, I don't want to focus too much on your warlock patron, but can you talk to him?
I'd imagine so.
Yeah,
It's
so
not very
he-
clear how genie patrons work. It's
Yeah.
like you can go inside the genie's bottle or
So I-
whatever, but they're not there. I don't know.
Yeah, I was kind of going to go with the idea, like, I mean, if it works for you, I was kind of going to go with the idea that he is in the bottle / like you can go
It's a
into the
ring,
bottle.
yeah.
Sorry, you can go into the ring and you can talk to him in that dimension. But he's not been around for. He doesn't even know how long. You know, it's been a long time, so he doesn't have current affairs. He's given you all the power that he can give you.
Yeah.
He's essentially opened his power to you. So when you gain more levels or etc., you're just gaining more like potent manipulations of it. Like you feel that you already have a much better understanding of how his powers work than he does. But I'm imagining more of a I'm imagining more of a like private confidant, confidence guy you talk to, and yeah. I mean, does that work for you, or do you want him to just disappear and cackle sometimes when you do something?
That's fine. Yeah, it works.
I think just that way we lean much more onto the hey, he's a regular guy, but he's a genie. So less of the he will solve your problems because he's your big sugar daddy.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Nice. Specialization in the history of the Iron Empire. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. As with John, as with Sam's character and John, I think I will very much be like, so what is this like in the previous Iron Empire, and if you're happy with that, like as a resource, cool. What else was I going to say? Does anyone else have any questions before I launch into another? Nice.
Does your character embrace or resent the level of fame that he has acquired?
He kind of likes it. He's kind of into it. It's partly that he enjoys educating people, and partly that he just kind of likes it.
Is he? How is he with kids? Because it sounds like a large part of his job is educating children. I mean, adults too, but
he's great with kids.
He's great with kids.
He definitely doesn't eat them like a gelatinous cube. It's never happened.
And you'll find it very hard to prove because there are no bones.
Just imagine that you're able to change your body shape at will, and you're trying to keep the attention of some kids.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Who needs balloon animals when you've got balloon professor?
I mean, I really like the idea that, like, when you're explaining, like, the cosmos or etc., you're literally moving parts of your body to, like, be different shapes and have them move into each other.
Yeah, and he can, like, stick some orbs in his arm and then move them around.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, oh, this is how the orbits work. And it's like,
yeah. He doesn't find this demeaning at all.
Well, I imagine he doesn't. So another question I have is, you are the first of your kind and the only of your kind, right?
I guess. I don't really know.
Okay.
I know that the university created him. It's kind of up to you whether he's the first.
I mean,
there's others, or
I like the idea.
There's a load more in the basement.
I was going to say I like the idea, especially because you're a celebrity. I like the idea that you are unique. Like they did try to make. They tried to make a really smart, engine and etc. And they got you, and it was much more than they anticipated. And especially because you were so articulate and so etc. Kind of public, people coming to the library and working with you literally forced the university to be like, yes, he is a person. And not just a fucking Filofax, yeah.
Is he his own person, or does the university control
he's
what
owned
he
by the
does?
university.
I like the idea that it's
sentient and independent.
Yeah, I
Would
like.
he like some independence from the university?
To be honest, he gets access to all of the books in the
Yeah.
library.
I like the idea that
There's
it's
nothing
just,
negative that he wants to drop
Yeah, it's not
from the
come
university,
up
so he's
at
quite
the
content.
moment. So
there might be something where he goes, "Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
I can't
Like-
do that because the university says so." But
Yeah.
at the moment, he's picking muck.
He's cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like the idea that you're, at least at the moment, really in a relationship where, I mean, there's no downside to it, and whenever people bring it up, it is kind of a, I mean, you're owned by the university, and you're kind of like, but I mean, like, it's not
That is cool.
come up as a thing yet.
And is he sentient enough that he's allowed to break the rules if he wants to, or is he?
Yeah,
Oh,
sentient.
yeah.
He couldn't he couldn't break a really serious rule, but just because something in him won't let him.
No,
He's fully sentient.
yeah.
Why would he want to break the rules? Oh.
Yeah, it's more he's a nice
Not like Jeff
person.
Bezos
He's
access
not.
to the
He's not
library.
a. Yeah, he's a. I think that's the other thing that's like he is
He's very
fully
goody
sentient.
two-shoes.
Yeah, but he's a goody two shoes. So, my other? Does anyone else have any questions? No.
Nope.
My other question is because there are. So we were talking about whether there's other versions of you, and I don't think there are other versions of you. I do think though that there are, because there are the Warforged that were created by the Iron Empire almost 1,000 years ago. For their wars and their stuff and what they were doing. And obviously they were somewhat left after the Iron Empire dissolved and all of that. And I imagine that you're not the first experiment that has led to a sentient creature, whether that be more Warforgey, more like sentient plant or awakened animal or etc. So I at the moment, and we can move this if it's not something you want to dive into or etc. But at the moment, I wrote a little part talking about how I think I put it into the example characters. His name is 6084. He was created along with his siblings to defend a government agency that no longer exists. Basically, I was thinking that there are a group of them who they have their own they have their own sentience obviously, but they have their own rights and have been recognized as living beings with the rights of any other living being and etc. But there's always little grey areas where it's oh well, you don't eat, so is it fair that you can sit in a restaurant? Are you allowed, or little things where it's kind of do you have the right to reproduce because you're a warforge and you were created for war? Are you allowed to create more warforge? Is that tantamount to creating an army? If you were a warforge and your arm is a sword, do you have to disconnect your entire arm every time you go into a restricted place? So I like the idea that there are people who are still. I haven't thought of any kind of name for them, but maybe the League of Golems or etc. If we want to steal more from Terry Pratchett. But I mean, I was even before I heard your character concept, I was under the impression that those were people in the city doing their own thing, especially because New Montsea is one of the best places to live if you're one of these, let's call them newly sentient races, because they have the most enlightened politics and etc. Do you feel though? What's your first of all, do you want those people to exist? And second, do you want your character to have any relation to them?
I think that they would exist, and I think Professor will have been approached by them multiple times, but he's just a little bit baffled by them. Because he finds them fascinating, but also is but I'm fine. What?
Yeah, because I really like the idea that they are approaching you being you're a celebrity and you could really help inform people on our cause, and his reaction to this is, but everything's fine, I don't mind being property, and they're you should mind, someone owns you, and you're
yeah, he's got a
but
very
I'm
weird,
fine.
specific kind of privilege.
Yeah,
he's autistic.
I mean, I feel more the fact that he's very privileged and he doesn't see, because he's never had to face the fact that
he doesn't see his current situation as a problem.
Yeah,
which a lot of people outside of himself would.
Yes,
but he's got everything he wants.
So I like the idea that yes, you have had dealings with them, and I like the idea that they're very like they don't want to disparage you because you are a celebrity. You're one of the only celebrity newly sentient races. I've got to come up with a name for it, but one of the only newly sentient races celebrities. But at the same time, they very much feel that you should be like out there fighting for rights, and you are kind of like, I'm going to teach kids about the eclipse because it's fun. Remember, children, learning and rules are fun. And it's like,
Yep.
oh, why are you doing this? Cool, great. So I've established that. Anything else people would like to ask? No?
That was good.
I'm going to take that as a no. So your item, your unique item. Any ideas? We can always talk about it later if you want.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like because he basically filled his ring with books, like
Yeah.
making that some sort of bonus to research or something like
Yeah,
that.
I mean that's.
But I don't really know.
Yeah, we could have a thing about that. I mean, the other thing to think about is maybe like transport. You know, does he have a particular way of getting around, or? I mean, we could
that'd be cool.
we could literally just do it as kind of a weird celebrity bonus / library where it's kind of you're able to get a lot more information because you're a celebrity and you have a private information. I mean, we could. I like the idea that your Jin in your ring is maybe there's a reason why he was in the library because he's effectively a knowledge spirit and he's very very bored because he's not been given any new knowledge for like a long time. So, there's a good idea. We can give you all of the most hated DM things of keen mind and etc. because you can just ask. Yeah, you can effectively ask the genie to be like, "Can you play back that
I
conversation?"
mean, I do have the reading all languages.
Oh, fuck you already.
Oh, and not sleeping.
Oh, and
Those are my
not
two-
sleeping because of
those are my two
course.
implications. But I don't have keen mind.
Yeah, so we might go with something like keen mind, and yeah, I
Yeah.
like the idea that we could almost use the genie as kind of like a PDA if you want, where it's like you can. Yeah, I like that as you can perform research that would normally require a library in your head. you could just stand there and be like, doo doo doo, looking it up. Yeah. We'll have a chat about it and pin it down. But yeah, I feel like it's. I mean, in a mystery game, I feel the ability to research is a big thing. So, cool. Should we take a break there for about 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And then when
Yeah.
we come back, we'll have a quick talk about the world, how it affects your characters, and my most interesting thing, what your old characters did in the world, and like what impacts are maybe still seen today. I mean, other than Jean, who literally lives at the top of a thing. So
I hope Ed can give us interesting tidbits as the game continues.
cool.
I
Alright.
just realised I've been muted for a bit. But yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I've seen a bit.
well, if you were muted, did you have any questions for Ed?
I don't think I do.
Oh, okay.
No, I have no.
All right, cool. I will let you guys get on. All right, see you in about 5 minutes.
Thinking for my thing with Pete, rather than magical weapon, like some sort of aura, like healing aura. But I mean, I could also just get my AC to 17 or 18 and actually up some of my saves a bit more, because I'm a soft boy when it comes to saves.
I mean, the previous iteration of this, Lubash was a cleric to begin with, and then realised very quickly that he needed to be the tank.
Yeah, but I'm already the barbarian.
Yeah. I mean, aura stuff is usually pretty good.
Yeah, like even if it's just like 1d6 for myself and everyone with around me, like that's it's still gonna keep me going because it'll take a long time to bring me down. Right.
Ooh, nice.
500. Braces of defense is 600. I'm gonna buy another ring. I'm gonna buy another protection.
Oh yeah, my Arcana is now plus 13 instead of plus 12.
Nice.
Plus 30?
13.
Oh, I was like, 30? Not me.
30 would be a bit much.
I feel like at plus 30, I start asking you how magic works in the system.
And I'm saying Arcana, but it's the same for history and religion.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I've upped my AC to 17, and yeah, got plenty of hit points. We even got a +1 saving throw on intelligence and charisma. Looking forward to that saving throw.
I think I've got stuff to. I should have stuff to enhance saving throws.
Yeah, that's a very artificers, paladins, and sorcerers can come with that, and bards as well. To be honest.
Do I use my third attunement slot for an Ironstone of Sustenance so I don't have to eat?
He gave us 10k, didn't he, on the new price?
You did, yeah.
Cool.
Andy,
Yes.
the thing are you okay with me saying about the Lubash thing?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I quite like that. I'm trying to think of a way, because Lubash wasn't like super cosmic-y. Very much stuck in his head. Characters think it's probably silly and hasn't mentioned it, but would have a goal of finding out. I can try and. Well, actually, you know what? That is largely going to come down to the question I'm going to ask during the world outline, which is what happened to Lubash? What did Lubash do? But yeah, no, I really like that because I'm incredibly lazy and I love anything where I can be like, so what? It was your previous character. What were they saying? What were they doing?
Cool.
As long as long as you don't expect Lubash to appear and save you.
No. Absolutely not.
I feel like even Jean at this point is not in the saving game. Cool. So no, I'm absolutely on board for that. I will write that down and make a note to try and link it. Cool. So is that everyone back? Sophie?
I'm back.
Sam?
Hello,
I'm
back.
here as well.
Yeah. Ainsley?
Yep, yep.
Ed,
Hello.
Andy.
Hello.
By your powers, combine into players. Just regular players. Cool. I didn't have something for that. Maybe Voltron? Do you want to be a Voltron?
I think we'd be a fucking weird Voltron.
You would be a very weird, but like one of your arms is just goo.
And the other arm is just shilling tea.
Yeah. Cool. So, that brings us on to our next part. And last part, which is just talking over so a summary of the world, how each of your characters fits in it, and how you affect it, and most importantly, I think we'll start with this: how your previous characters affected the world, because I think we'll go with a similar thing of everyone go round, do a summary, and then we'll have questions, and we'll just kind of move on as we've run out of questions. Sound good?
Yep.
Mhm.
So, who wants to start? I suggest we probably start with the characters. Well, actually, no. We can start with whoever we want, really. I mean, we've not heard anything about how temperance
You wanna hear
has
from
affected
Bob?
the world.
Oh.
Oh, no, we can start with Bob.
Yeah, sure. So Bob, he, as you know, has made a massive chain. He started off with the mother tree that we were all, I don't know if everyone remembers the mother tree and traveling between trees and everything, but he built the first Bob shop around that mother tree. And that is like the head base basically. And because in general his tea sales were doing good, he managed to expand and expand and expand until eventually there is a shop on every corner. But as well as that, he's also opened up and transformed abandoned buildings into orphanages, and homes for people that just need somewhere to live, may not have families or that are struggling in life. He has various charities that he's set up, but most of all, the he's sort of got a small following within the tea shop to pass on the threat that in 1,000 years there was gonna be an issue where maybe something was gonna come back that he had helped defeat. And that people needed to be ready for it. So therein by a lot of people dedicated their life to passing on that information to a select few, and training for the time that comes, basically. Yeah. Oh, Bob and Digitalis got married and had several children. And now Bob's a big tree. He is part of the big tree now. So you can still kind of talk to him, but he's tired. He's a tired guy. So now he just wants to look over everything.
Is he a baobab tree?
God. I've written that down.
Oh man, I kind of want him to be one now, but unfortunately, I imagined a grand oak or a willow. A willow.
Is that because
yeah.
he's very sad? Always weeping?
No, willows are gorgeous trees, beautiful trees.
They
You
are.
can shelter under them.
But weeping willow is where my brain first went. I was like, poor
Oh,
Bob.
weeping willow. Oh my gosh, no. No, we're not that sadistic.
Cool. So I think we talked about Digitalis still being around, but still, like, she's so into the Fey realm that it's very hard to get her to do anything.
Yeah.
I think we discussed the fact that you could go talk to her, but often she just goes, "Oh, hi, Bob. How are you? I thought you were dead."
Yes. Yeah, she does. She kind of thinks that everybody's Bob now, even if like if they just look slightly like him, if they were part of his line. And she's like, "Oh, Bob, you're back." And I'm like, "No, Digitalis. No, no."
Cool. Do the other thing? It probably won't affect this game at all. But I think me and Sophie had a previous chat about how Bob helped. You know, Bob, outside of starting this tea empire and everything, helped bring like prosperity to his what was it called? That rainforest that he lived in, and his his people were from. And he renewed the contracts between them and the Fae to like revitalize it and everything. And I think we discussed that like generations after him, I can't remember whether it was like 1 or 2 generations after him, may have slightly screwed up some contracts and created a kind of wild sea effect in that jungle. So like the jungle is now so thick that you can't get to the bottom of it, but you can put ships over the top of the trees.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, it just got really entangled. So you either fast travel there if you know the tree and you've got permission and you can tree stride through, or you go in through airships. Sorry. I know we've spoken more, but I can't remember what else I can.
I mean, we can try and keep it more focused towards just the game, or just the stuff that will affect Muncie and New Muncie.
Yeah. Yeah, he's basically a well-known figure.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to cover everything. It's more
like.
Yeah, it's more just giving a flavour so that everyone feels like, oh, okay, I vaguely know. Cool.
How common knowledge
the citizens know who Bob is.
That he's still
like,
a tree.
Is he a historical figure, or is it like
I mean,
he's a tree and alive?
I kind of like the idea that he's a corporate logo, but if, for example, with Starbucks, if you said that the Starbucks mermaid was still alive, people would be like, okay.
People would be like, mermaids aren't real.
Yeah. I guess whereas like, trees are, but like the hamburger.
But they know the legend of Bob, and that he's like stands for all good and like trying to bring peace to everything, and yeah.
I love the more you push that everything is good, the more I hear corporate cult. The more evil it makes you sound.
Those kids don't need water. We need it for our tea.
Oh gosh!
Is he nasty?
Oh god.
So yeah, is there anything? So does it? First of all, before I run away with questions, does anyone have any other questions? No.
I think so.
Oh, cool. So, yeah, I mean, it sounds as though the summary is Bob became a tree. Bob started a empire, a tea empire. Yeah,
I'd like to think he also like helped out his original gang and friends.
Yeah.
If they were ever in need, there's always a place at Bob's Tea Shop for people to come and stay.
Except for
very much the like
who he did not like.
Except for who, sorry?
And it's the like he's the one in the friends group who's rich, so he's just like, oh, you want some of my money, do you?
Yeah, he remained a good egg until his last day, where he decided to become a tree.
Yeah.
Bless Bob. God bless Bob.
I feel like you really want everyone to say God bless Bob now.
I mean, it couldn't hurt if you could suggest it. I mean, I'm not going to say that.
You're a paladin of Bob, aren't you?
I mean, technically, you can swear yourself to a corporate structure.
hopefully to the living tree being rather than the corporate structure. But
Yes.
that's not my
yeah.
decision.
Much like the mighty tree,
Where
much
does-
like the mighty roots of Bob, we spread everywhere.
Where does the tree end and the corporate structure begin, though? It's, you know.
You've got the branches.
That's it. You've got the branches.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So it sounds like we've covered all of what we want with Bob. I mean, I think definitely more things will come up, but I mean, you're literally playing a VP of one of Bob's companies, so I think it's fair to say that we won't see the last of him. But yeah, I mean, is there anything else pressing people want? No. Cool. Should we move on to the next one? Who wants to step up to the plate?
I mean, I'll volunteer. No one else
Yeah.
is doing it.
Slightly too slow.
It's fine. We'll be alright. Yeah, Tempe with her integrated back to small baby dot size arm replacement
Yeah.
prosthetic.
Oh yeah. Oh
Oh,
yeah, you
God.
lost an arm, didn't you? Shit. I forgot.
2 dots.
Oh yes.
The sigils from inside the
Yes.
dot. I lost the arm, but then after the sigils were moved and cast out, dot reverted to regular dot, the old-fashioned dot, pre-infused dot. And in the flash forwards we did at the end of the last one, I made dot my prosthesis
Yeah, I like
as
that.
I hobbled around. I had to say Tempe, inspired by the fact that dwarven unity and stuff is still what she wants, but this whole
Sorry, did you
I'm
form a union? Are you the first union
No.
made?
but the whole like the ancestor worship and then going back to the ancestral homeland below and all of that obviously turned out to be wrong, and it really shook Temperance. She probably did go below to look for herself, but then possibly returned and tried to like reset up a more of a modern like dwarf nation. It probably split the dwarves because she's not as persuasive as she thought she was. So yeah, there's probably like I want to say like crazy people that are like, I'm a free citizen of the dwarven nation.
The Underdark was taken from us.
Yeah,
You
I
don't have to pay your taxes.
The Underdark will rise again. I don't know why in my head they're southern.
You made me want to watch Wild Wild West now.
Yes.
I had imagined when I said that we were gonna go proper racist, but
Oh.
it works.
I was going sovereign citizens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, isn't it? But yeah, they're like, there's probably like enclaves out there of like dwarf sovereign citizens. Like some of them are probably crazy people, and some of them are probably like Sealandia. Like we're in the wild.
They're crazy people.
We've built our own town. Like variations on crazy people. Yeah, apart from trying to make possibly after investigating the Underdark herself, trying to be like, well, this is going to completely like ruin the culture of the the dwarves probably tried to stop anyone else possibly getting down there. But I can't imagine she had a particularly long-lasting effect.
Yeah, I'm imagining more of a kind of like rather than the original plan of integrating all dwarfs would be one. Like I imagine she kind of went to a actually the dwarfs underground kind of suck, so maybe we don't all become
Maybe they
one.
all got murdered in some sort of giant, nasty cult thing. And her whole one nation of dwarves united by the ancestral homelands in the Underdark. One, there wasn't really any ancestral homeland in the Underdark left, and two, the ancients' worship, which drove her to unite them as one nation, turned out to be the bad guys influencing her anyway. It wasn't the dwarven ancestor spirits, it was the great dwarven corruptor.
Oh, I like that term, the great dwarven corruptor. So anyone got any questions on that?
Not a big world impact like Bob. There wasn't much ambition, I think.
Shucks.
Yeah, if you're not a dwarf,
He was a simple guy.
Tempe's probably just maybe a figure you've heard of in history, but not.
Yeah, definitely more significant to dwarf culture than any other culture.
There's
but
dwarf philosophers read Tempe.
Yeah,
or whatever, but
dwarf philosophers. Cool. Nice.
We've got some for writing in the library, but no one checks it out.
Cool. I mean, one question I've got is, what does dwarf society look like in the city of Muncie in the current age? I know that's a bit of a general one to give you, but I mean, feels like if anyone would know, Tempe's kind of influenced it the most.
I would say it's probably still clan family based, but probably smaller guilds and smaller families. I wouldn't be surprised if there's dwarven families or guilds that have specialised in certain things. Whether that is, mining or crafting or protection rackets or... I just said family too many times.
Yeah. No, I like it.
I watched The Godfather last week.
So you're saying it's the Dwarven Mafia?
It's probably a dwarf.
I mean, there's got to be a mafia of everything, right?
They're very family orientated. Clan is everything. There's definitely.
I honestly love it.
Mafia.
Yeah. I'm just gonna write down dwarven mafia.
If you don't pay your protection money, your house might just collapse into the sewer.
Oh my god.
I've kind of got a general idea of almost Yakuza kind of honor and family thing.
Definitely either the Sicilian family or the Yakuza or something like that.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of there being lots of traditions and not ancient rituals, but kind of they if you're on the inside, you might have to go to not ceremonies, but put on particular robes and beat the iron and do that kind of stuff. And if you fuck up, they have ritualized shit that they will do to you. They don't just break your knees, they beat a pattern into your bones. Anyway, we can play around with that. Anyone else got anything they want to ask about the Dwarven Mafia? Ooh, do we want to give them a name?
Did you
Or...
go by Tempe or Temperance?
She probably, when she was trying to convince people to do what she wanted, she probably went by Tempe actually, because Temperance was her virtue name when she was a cult member. Her name was Temperance of Pride, and then when she realised she'd gone the wrong way, she probably went by Tempe afterwards. Tried to put the past behind her.
Okay, cool. Well, it sounds like we've covered everything on Tempe. Alright.
Did Ed ask me to name the Mafia? Or was that
Yeah. If you want to name the Mafia, I'd be very up for that.
I didn't ask.
The what?
Just so that I didn't ask.
Oh, no.
I thought someone.
No, I asked.
Okay, PR. The big one.
I'm really interested what a text generator would give you for that, with the prompt to give me a name for the Dwarven Mafia.
I just think of something like that. They're just known as like the clan.
Oh, the clan! I like that.
Informally, just like the clan. They have an actual family name where they're like the like deep Pig clan or something, but everyone just calls them the clan.
I was going to say the clan, and I'm going to steal that Deep Pick. So the deep. Are we saying that the Deep Pick clan are at least the major family in the city of New Monsey?
Yeah, there's probably it's big
Yeah.
enough to host multiple families, but yeah, they're definitely one of them.
I did ask ChatGPT.
Yeah.
It's given me the Stonefist Syndicate, which is great.
Ooh.
And the Ironclad Brotherhood, which is also great. But also the Deep Pick, whatever you said, is also really good.
Yeah. Whoa.
Dwarves. They're real easy.
Yeah.
That's why they multiply so quickly.
Yep.
Inspiration. Cool. All right. Well, I think we fleshed that out. What about? Oh, by the way, Ed, do you mind just throwing those names onto the character creator tab, and I'll steal them up later. What was I going to say? So, should we move on to next, or?
Sure.
Cool. Who wants to go next?
I don't mind going next if no one else is ready.
Yeah. Let's hear about Jean.
Yes, I kind of got into it a bit earlier when I was talking about Augustus a bit, but yeah, in the wake of the first campaign, I think, well, towards the end, Jean started to see his purpose as to defend, or to prevent the seals from destroying the world, and he in the absence of, I guess, anything else to do, he sort of carried that on, like, without like having a monastery or anything to get back to.
Well, you did. They were just all dead.
Yeah.
You had all those. You had all those corpses that you could go back and listen to.
Is it a monastery if there's no one in it? Like,
I mean, it is. Oh, okay. You're gonna be all philosophical. So
yeah, like in the wake of all that, Jean sort of turned his efforts to try and prevent the resurgence of the seals, but he was one person and the world was too large. So he founded the Material Plane Postal Service.
I need to write that down. Material Plane Postal Service.
Yes, he devised that. Well, yes, by handling the delivery of letters, he could look at said letters as well. Or like his organization could monitor the communications.
Sneaky fucker.
You sneaky fucker.
Across the entirety of the continent, for like signs of the return of for signs of the return of the seals, which is much more efficient than just wandering about the place and seeing if you'd run into something. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did Jean cooperate with Bob and his prophecy and his T-shop network? And second part, does Jean cooperate with Bob and the T-shop network? Because they're two questions. Because he might have, but that was a long time ago.
I'd like to think. I'd
be open to that. I'd like to think so.
Yeah, I'd like to think they would have done, because I know I think Jean and Bob were very like-minded towards the end.
I mean, they were the only two characters to conspire against Barclay and make him a good person. So. Oh God.
No comment.
that is engraved in my brain, the bit where you two were doing your secretive stuff and Lubash just was like, I'm also going to do something secret. I'm going to spike the tea.
Jean created the whole postal service as a network to try and as an information gathering network, and it revolutionized sort of like communications across the continent, and was the first sort of big wave of it created a big sort of developmental wave, like facilitating communications between all parts of the continent in over reasonable time frames. But
yeah, because I do like the idea that, like, if you look at the history of this world, the postal service was actually really important and was really revolutionary. It's just not now. Like, the reason why it can keep going now is because it was so influential before that, it still has a lot of, old money and old power, but, it's slowly dying. Like, that's I think what's your character's name? Augustus is inheriting. Like, you can't just keep going. Like, you are dying.
Yeah. Jean himself is withering as well. He's undead, but like his vessel is weak.
Should we literally have parts fall off him all the time, and he has to go, oh shit, put it back on. No, that's fine. There we go. Good as new. And like an ear will slide off his face, and he'll be like, no.
Is it going to be too far to make him paper mache?
I just like the idea that, like, he can lose a digit or something and he has to put it back on because, if he doesn't pay attention, his body falls apart. Yeah, because undying is not the same as, forever youthful. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I think he probably would have met up with Bob for tea though, on occasions, and probably gone to visit Tree Bob every once in a while. But since he got too weak to actually make the journey to the tree, he probably just goes to the tea shop around the corner, just sits there. Sometimes.
Thank you for your patronage.
I like the idea that the tea shop around the corner is like, this old guy comes in and orders the same thing, and I don't know why, but corporate management says that we're never to charge him. I've asked. Yeah. There's been multiple owners of this shop, and it's always no. You never charge that guy, and it's like, well, why? What?
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
No, I think that's cute. I was going to say, so does Jean have much, like, current day connection with the tea empire other than going in every, maybe going in every afternoon for a cup of tea?
He probably does. He probably has connections in places as like sort of like the head of the postal service across the country. But like, yeah, but like probably diminished as well with like the reducing relevance of the postal service as well. Like the best, I think, like the best thing John would be able to do probably still is information gathering, but as an information gathering network, the post office is far less effective as it was like many years ago.
But still, I like the idea that he still knows what's going on much more than he should. For a man who literally leaves once a day, gets a cup of tea, and goes back, he knows everything that's going on.
I think the way he structured the post office as well, post offices are like trained in combat.
Yeah.
Because they have to be. They have to be able to defend themselves against, I don't know, dogs.
Well, I like the idea. I like the idea that the original postmen were like, you delivered anywhere, including like active wars. You delivered to tribes, tribes of bandits, all of these. And I like the idea that they were all very, very well trained. And I like the idea that now it's seen more like, how in Japan everyone does Tai Chi at the beginning of the day. Like, it's a corporate thing. Like, it's more like that now, and it will very slowly take you through the moves of how to separate someone's head from their body. And it's like, okay, And I also just like the idea that there's just a load of really fucking beef postmen that are like, why did you get hired? You can't read. And it's like, yeah, but John saw me punch a guy.
You look like you could deliver mail.
You look like you could deliver mail! Yeah. No, that sounds cool. Any other questions from people? So does Jean still what is Jean's relationship to the Church of the Messenger? Or is there still a Church of the Messenger?
I'm not sure there is anymore.
Yeah.
I think it would have sort of faded. I think because like Jean's relationship with the Messenger, I think towards the end he was revived by the Messenger.
Yeah.
I think he sees sort of like his sort of like divine task given to him by the Messenger is to protect the world as it was, because that's what he was revived to do, and that's why he gained his sort of undeathness.
I can imagine also that Jean would be very hesitant to form any kind of religion, given that he was brought up under the understanding that he should kill people for the Messenger. So
yeah, and then how easily those sorts of beliefs can be corrupted as well, as it was with Lee.
Yeah. Oh, Lee. I really like the idea that like maybe Jean has like a pet monkey or something that he calls Lee. And he's like every
He's had like 500 of them.
He's had like 500 of them, but he always calls them Lee, and he's like, oh, Lee.
He's had 500 of them, but he thinks there's only been one.
Yeah. If his staff just quietly replace it.
Yeah. Or like a cat, or just something where it's like he's like, oh yes, Lee. Or I was thinking a goldfish, but that's very Xanathar. What will happen if this goldfish dies? Cool. So is there anything else people want to really talk, know about Jean? Oh, shit. Yes, I was going to say, And this goes for Temperance before, because I forgot to ask it. Did you have any children, Temperance? Any descendants?
I mean, Robin is a descendant of. Oh no, I'm thinking Rob.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I'm technically
I'm
they
smart.
could be descendant. They could, we could be playing a character who's a descendant of all of you. Like it's been 1,000 years. Like that gene pool can spread. It's
You
fine
decided
if you say
last
no.
game- You decided last game that your dwarves are
Yeah, dwarves are.
hermaphrodite.
Yeah, so they. I mean,
I
they
actually-
still couple up to have children, but
Just dig them out of the ground.
technically, I think.
Well, how else
I
do you
think
think a clan happened?
I was going to say, I think technically we decided that dwarves could choose to have children with 2 or more people. Like they all just came together, decided they were going to have children, and then kind of just dug them out of the ground. We never came up with the nitty gritty of it, but I like the idea of digging them out of the ground.
I'd say like Temperance probably did bring more dwarves into this world, but they're not necessarily.
Yeah,
It's not like it's not like a genetic relation family tree that you could draw.
Yeah, it's more
like
clan kind of. Yeah.
3 or 4 people get together and make new dwarves, which are a random mix of those.
Yeah.
All of those.
And we don't talk about how that happened.
I was gonna say I
don't
really
know how that
I feel like culturally this works so well with almost the mafia thing and almost the dwarf, because dwarves move into your town and then all of a sudden you see lots of dwarfs and you're like, where?
And somehow
where did they...
people who aren't dwarves still don't know how it works.
Yeah, it's like what?
I'd say
All
this
you
is-
know is that they went into a tunnel and 9 months later more dwarfs came out and you're like, shit.
Like dwarves can get engaged with cross species hanky panky, but it basically you can't have a half dwarf.
Yeah, I like that as an
Work
idea.
that way. You
That's-
probably could with magic, but it doesn't
Yeah,
really
no
work
half
that way.
dwarfs. I mean, again, that also kind of works for the weird psychos who are like, dwarfs must remain pure, and that's why there are no half dwarfs. And it's like, okay, or it's just the genetics and magic of it. Yeah. Cool.
But yeah, a single dwarf is a very sad thing, and a dwarf who chooses to spend a lot of time with people that are not dwarves is something regarded with something of suspicion from the traditionalists.
I like that. I love that we basically boiled Tempe down to you decide what dwarfs are now. But, I like it. Okay. Sorry. So, John, any children? We-
No, he's undead. He can't.
Oh, shit, yeah, his dick don't work.
It's made of paper. Gets paper cuts.
It's-
Oh.
Oh.
What's the phrase they use in Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Shooting dust.
Lovely.
Poor Sean.
I think I imagine he was a celibate monk before this, I don't think that means that he's not ever had loves or etc. But I feel like he'll also have gone into those relationships knowing that he's gonna outlive whoever he's falls in love with.
Yeah.
Well, let's
That
move on
sucks.
from that depressing.
Yeah.
So let's end with, and I've just written, "Dick don't work, can't fall in love."
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh.
Has cat. called Lee. Oh, I like the idea that he calls Lee his greatest rival. It's a cat or whatever now. Cool.
Very good.
Cool. So that sounds like we've covered everything from Lee, from Jean, and even a bit more about Tempe. So, anyone else want to go next?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Barclay. Things are gonna get dark.
More like darkly, am I right?
But seriously, I tried to get.
Well, his descendants are the space empire. No.
Sorry. By the way, I because I've got this recording thing going, I can see like levels happening, and every time I cackle, it just goes into the red, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, whoever's listening.
Yeah, so obviously at the end of the campaign, his soul was ripped apart. So he's having a bad time. So he went back to the material plane and, helped with bringing down the Iron Empire, but he kind of knew that he couldn't lead it after that, so he left before the whole thing was over and sort of tried to find, something where he could fit in or heal or anything. So
Something
might
in
try.
the dark.
Like he might have travelled back to the dragon areas, try and help them rebuild, and wasn't very good at that. Gone and tried to find Jean and failed because he's a sneaky motherfucker. Yeah, probably ended up at Bob's tea shop for a while, kind of helping with that, but never really feeling like he fitted in.
Yeah.
Aww.
And he didn't like tea. And eventually he basically just went back to the astral plane and has just dedicated his weird immortal life to just protecting the seals.
Okay.
Keeping hold of the seals. It's not super clear. I think we talked about Laggy sort of came back to him because Laggy didn't know what to do.
Yeah, Laggy was
And
like,
it's
I don't love
become
being
his,
in hell.
his
yeah.
Yeah, so Laggy's sort of become his eyes, what's going on.
Yeah.
But he's definitely paid less and less attention over the years.
I was going to say, I think we talked vaguely about him maybe even being a patron to some people on the material plane.
Yeah.
They gaze into the darkness and they see Barclay.
Poor souls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's beyond helping bring down the Iron Empire. He's not had that much lasting impact.
Yeah.
Unless you sort of know what you're looking for.
I was going to say, I like the idea that there's a lot of historical. There's a lot of historical writings and stuff, and maybe even some weird, not weird holdout cults, but a lot of people calling him the emperor who never was, or some kind of title like that, where it's everything would have been better if Barclay had taken charge. But
he definitely didn't tell people he was leaving, so he just sort of disappeared one day.
So there's all kinds of mysteries being the elites don't want you to know, but. See, yeah, this kind of makes me feel I don't know. It kind of feels more like it'd be Barclay's voice that you heard in the Cosmos Hole.
Possibly.
But we can have a chat about that. We'll think. Back to us.
Just Bartley going, oh fuck.
You're not supposed to be here. Go back home to last week.
I was going to say, we can always do it, that it was Barclay saying Lubash's name.
I mean, I'm happy with it being Barclay if it's that makes more sense.
We'll have a bit of a play around, because I feel like if it is Barclay, then we're asking Ed to give a lot of. Well, no, that actually might work better, because if it's Lubash, then you can kind of answer your own questions about Lubash, whereas if it's Barclay, he's very mysterious by nature, but we can, I can happily go, oh, Ed, how would Barclay say fuck off and never call this number?
I think it works better as Barclay.
All right. I think that too as well, because it leads a very like, why did you hear Barclay? It also gives you, because I was going to say we need reasons why your characters are connected. Maybe you have found out that Barclay is the Lost Emperor, and you have gone to the university's expert in Iron Empire history.
No, yes, that would be convenient.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. So I've got to write these things down. Went back to Astral after Empire. So what title do you like for this, Ed? Like the Lost Emperor, the.
I can't remember. I feel like we came up with some things a while ago, and I don't remember them.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah.
Oh shit, we didn't we? Oh, wait.
Like
I've got
Devil's Advocate or something.
There was it. Yes, because
Can't remember why.
Yes, I remember this because one of the one of the PC ideas I had was a character called Ali, nicknamed the Demon. Started their lives in the slum, were kidnapped by a mage who tried to, by a mage called Alistair the Farseer. He was experimented on and tried to create a demon, etc. The voice of the Advocate, that was the name we gave you, contacted her and is now her patron, showing her how to control these seal powers that she's been exposed to.
Arf.
Yeah.
I was really trying not to do that. I was really holding back. I was trying so hard. Oh god.
So I'm
Glad
gonna
I
go.
could fill in for you.
I'm gonna go with the Lost Emperor as like what history nerds call you.
Yeah, you probably have different titles people refer to.
Yeah, because I like the Lost Empire, the Lost Emperor as like what historical nerds call you, etc. But the Advocate is what, because he still has through. I like the idea that through Laggy he still has a lot of dealings with the nine what is it called, the Nine Hells. Yeah, and he is called the Advocate there. I mean, does that fit with?
Yeah. Because he's still like, quote unquote, guarding the seals, which means that like he is kind of, the intermediary between them, sort of thing. That makes sense.
Yeah, like I like the idea that because again, no one wants to see the seals released, etc. So he is like the advocate of that kind of. Yeah. I think that works well. Any kids? Or am I just writing dick don't work?
No soul.
Jesus.
No,
I mean, he's got hundreds of kids.
I really love. I was going to say I love the idea that you write no soul, and it basically means that you can have a child. They're just all born like soulless, like.
They struggle
Like
to walk
cats.
because they've no bottom of the feet.
Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, I hate it.
But still canon. I have a thought once you are done with Barclay stuff that I will sit on until you come to me.
Sure. I was going because I've only got 2 things written down at the moment. Oh yeah, patron to. So he has a lot of warlock babies.
Yeah, they're his children, right?
Yeah.
Although it's questionable how much he really cares about them at this point.
I like the idea that he almost isn't a patron. He's the guy who tells you how to use the handgun that you just picked up. It's not. It's more of a like he isn't allowing you these powers, and he would much rather that those powers came back and weren't used at all. But he is aware that the seals, sometimes the seals, you know, have effects on people. There are still items out there that still have
oh yeah, so he's not really granting the powers, the seals are, and he's just kind of going,
yeah,
oh, shit, that's
he
happening
makes
again.
sure that he is the first
hey.
person that you he makes sure that you are the first person that you bump into, and he'll be like, if you fucking do something bad with these, I will kill you. Like it's his contract with his warlocks is less of a, hey, do what I say and I'll give you powers, and more of a, if you do anything wrong, I will kill you. But if you use these powers well, I will allow you to do more powers without killing you. Like, I like the idea that his most trusted warlocks are people, you know, who have shown that they can use these powers without being corrupted, etc., etc. But I like the idea that ultimately he is always like, no, the powers come back when you die. I just want them to come back. And you know what? It's easier.
Please come home.
Well, I like the idea that he's like, look, at least if I have some notion of control over the people using them, then I know where those things are and they're contained. Whereas if you just died, it would fall into someone else's hands. Like, at least this way I can kind of control it. I like the idea that that's very much led to this idea that the advocate is like some god of. I like the idea that there's this whole idea that the advocate is a god of fear and all of these things, and it's like, no, he's just the guy who stands between you and the actual fears.
He's just some kind of creepy guy. It's fine.
Cool. All right. Anything else you'd like to talk about Barclay or anything else? I'm warming more and more to the idea of Barclay being the one that's spoken to you. Especially, I like that it's Barclay and not the Advocate or the Lost Emperor. It's Barclay Titanlands.
I had a thought that if you had any Lubash Stormborn, the god of being very angry and murdering everything, if you had prepped any of that, we could be incorrectly or inadvertently worshipping him on the lightning rail line, because here we are hammering metal and controlling lightning.
I like that. That works very nicely. Yeah,
I mean, that was pretty cool.
The other thing I was going to say is the gods have slightly resurged, but it's more like there are little gods of all kinds of things now, rather than big gods. There are still big gods, but they still don't talk to people, whereas a lot more people have, or at least my idea of the setting, a lot more people have started being like, I worship the rivers and they talk to me, and it's like more of a kind of communicative thing, and people have moved more away from massive organized religions, more to shamanic practices and those kind of things. But yeah, so I really like the idea of almost him being the patron saint of the rails.
It could be incorrectly, it could be inadvertently, we could be doing it without knowing it. I'm willing for like you and like Andy and whatever to make that shout.
I mean,
they are hammering steel to control lightning.
I mean, I really like that, especially because in my head I was like, okay, so he's head of the unions. How is he getting these healing powers, etc.? And you're getting them because you are directly channeling You are channeling the god of lightning. Yeah. Anyway.
I like the idea. Lubash would absolutely hate it, but
He is allowed to hate it, especially if we're not intentionally worshipping him.
He wanted to kill the gods, not become a god.
Yes.
Which is really silly because he went and became a god.
He did.
An idiot.
He did. It was very
It's
silly.
like if he could communicate properly, he'd be like, "Don't do it like that. You keep summoning me," and we're like, "Doing it like what? It's just a job, man." And he's like, "Stop it."
Just the sound of the lightning rail going around is just him yelling in anger constantly. The trains are completely silent without it.
Yeah. Cool. Well, on that, should we move to Lubash then? Unless anyone's got any further questions on Barclay? No? That sounds good. Oh, again, just writing down no dick, soulless children. Got it. One thing I will quickly leave off on. So the Iron Empire has dissolved, etc.
Couldn't have been good quality iron.
What?
Depends how good the acid was.
What is the state of? Are there any kind of Iron Empire holdouts or like what's?
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't have thought so.
No,
Like,
I mean it has been 1,000 years.
yeah,
Like
I kind of assumed that it sort of descended into kind of maybe like smaller nation states for a bit, and then like maybe there was some sort of revival of it for a bit, you know, Holy Roman Empire style, like, and then dissolved again. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of imagining it in this. I'm imagining it kind of. It's studied in the same way that like Germany is, you know, as the Second War. Like everyone, if you asked, oh, what do you know about the Iron Empire? It's like, oh, weren't they the bad guys in that war that we had 1,000 years ago, like the World War?
I mean, they're basically the Romans at this point, right?
Yeah. Basically,
like there was probably a Victorian style like revival of like basically worshipping them, and that's affected how everyone's taught history now, and it's utter bullshit and racist. But
I actually think that's a brilliant way of doing it, because again, you are right. It's less like Germany. It's less like Germany during the Second and First World War, and more like the Roman Empire, where it's like it was so long ago that history has been, you know, not rewritten, but like very much warped around what they were, because they were kind of like steampunky Victorian. Yeah. Cool. All right.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird thinking they have airships, but they're the Roman Empire. But you know, it's close enough.
It also explains why the professor's expertise is literally in the world's equivalent of the Roman Empire. Cool. Lubash is first question, most important. Does he have a dick?
Yeah.
Can he love?
Can he love? Probably not.
No.
I mean, it's the primary feature of most gods is fucking people they shouldn't. Like,
yeah, but when Lubash does it, he does it with his hammer.
oh no!
I'm just going to write has dick.
All
right, I'm just writing has dick too big. Cool. So yeah, what did Lubash do? Because I gotta remember. I think we kind of just talked about Lubash wandering around trying to kill more gods, wasn't it? It wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, basically that. He probably spent a good time searching.
He died all over the continent.
Well, it spent certainly a good amount of time, like wandering the continent, trying to gather up resources to take on more gods. Like you would have maybe there's some really, really old tales from like really obscure, out of the way places that like nobody visits of this Lubash that visited once, and then probably kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth, and nobody knows where he's gone.
Right.
But probably dead.
Cool. So yeah, I mean, we're going with in the modern Monty, I like the idea of the inadvertently worshipped. I mean, honestly, because your description of he wandered away and became like a folk hero, I quite like the idea that he has just been adopted as as the kind of patron saint of the lightning rails, because no one knew a lot about him, so they assumed that he'd be okay with this. And as you said, it's a lot of like lightning and steel and seizing power for yourselves and stuff like that. Like
big hammers.
Yeah, big hammers. Like it's pretty much it's pretty much in that same way that someone grabbed a logo that they liked and then it just became that. But a lot of his mythology kind of feeds into it, and it seems to do something, because Mickey Smith has I don't know what we've decided it is, but he has something that gives him powers based on the fact that he is an embodiment of the lightning rail.
Yeah, the lightning rails go somewhere, and so did Lubash.
Yeah, because I also, the thing I like about this as well is no one's saying it's an organized religion, no one's saying that anyone prays, but people use the lightning rail every day. People pound the iron, people do the things, people care about it, and that energy, that godlike energy, goes somewhere, and it's just been channeled into Lubash, who is very annoyed, probably, that he
weird collective superstitions that all go together.
Yeah,
it's like a St. Christopher's medal. Or...
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, we probably do things like little rituals to like protect us from the lightning, before we start work, and like they only take like a second or whatever, and it's just part of routine, but they still get done. So
yeah, I mean, in a world where fucking magic people fucking shoot lightning out their ass, you need something to protect you. It might as well be a corporate god or a god of the rails. Yeah, I like it. Cool. I mean, is there anything else we want to expand on it?
I mean, I'm not sure there is much.
No, I mean, unfortunately. I mean, I'd love to say something like Lubash's mum realised that she abandoned a child.
No, she died.
No, she died. Alright, she died. There was nothing.
And she never loved him anyway, so...
Yeah. I mean, I'm even tempted to be like, what, well, do you want to tell us anything about the Half-Orc Society or Orc Society? But let's face it, Lubash knew less about that than any other character.
Yeah.
The one time he met up with his own race, he was like, I'm just lightning you all.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Alright. Cool. I was going to go into some, like, lore. Again, I had lots of lore that I somewhat had planned for, like, people's backstories and stuff, but so basically, you know how the elves before the fall were very, like, they were into genetic engineering, and like they modify. The reason why there's so many sub races of elves in the setting, or my reason for it, was that a lot of them used magic and druidic practices, etc., to like make themselves more suitable for their environments and whatever. But the thing they didn't really say is that they did breed a warrior race that was the orcs. So the orcs, I think I decided the orcs, the goblins, and the half orcs were all, because again, half orcs were just orcs.
So we're going Tolkien, are we?
Yeah. Well, no. They created, the elves created them, not from elves. They just created them from stuff. Maybe elves. Don't entirely know. It's been
So it might be Tolkien, it might be classic pig orcs.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
But
it's definitely not Warcraft.
No. Yeah, so
Are they plants in Warcraft?
No, that's Warhammer. Warhammer, they're plants.
Is it Warhammer?
Warhammer,
they're
they're
mushrooms.
Warcraft, I think they might be elves as well, actually.
Yeah.
No, in Warcraft they came from another dimension, didn't they?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Anyway, so my whole thing was going to be like during the 1,000 years that kind of came out, and orcs went from like being quite a warrior thing to being like, no, we're gonna they basically became more like integrated the rest of societies, especially because everyone was a bit like, oh yeah, the elves were that's not good, man. Maybe we should stop judging you based purely on what the elves were telling us about you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's super relevant anymore, honestly. And I think I'd rather we just integrated them all together, but we can pull some of that in and out if you want. I mean, it's been 1,000 years, so...
People
Like
change,
a
man.
swing hammer, they're good enough for me.
Yeah, alright, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a good place, because I'm mindful I don't want to be more than 4 hours, so we'll press on if that works. Yeah, I mean, is there anything else you want to talk to or ask questions about Lubash or anything we haven't covered?
I think Warcraft orcs are mushrooms.
All right.
Yeah.
I think Warcraft.
Just from a skim read, I think they're mushrooms.
Are they?
Yeah.
Because I thought I mean I know Warhammer ones are mushrooms.
Yeah. The two flavors of orc.
You're either mushrooms or you're elves. That's it.
Stupid elves or clever mushrooms.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure the Warcraft orcs are the equivalent of humans from another dimension.
Yeah, like they do come from a different world, but like on that world they basically evolved from spores, I think. I skim read the thing. I don't know. There's lots of long words.
All right. So
it's really important to this.
yeah, I was gonna say let's try and fight our own urges to tangent. Cool. So I've gone over the summaries. So summarizing the world. Is there anything? I mean, I've told you a bit about New Montsea. I will provide an actual map, and I'll put it on the Roll20 thing. I mean, is there anything you guys desperately want to know about New Montsea or Montsea?
Do the police pay better for informants now?
I mean, I assume so. Inflation and whatever.
It's now 3 coppers.
Yay!
I kind of love the idea that it's just an unwritten rule of the city that they will never pay more than 3 copper.
It's just become a tradition.
Yeah,
like, they pay 2
like,
coppers.
you find someone with 3 copper in their like coat pocket, and you're like, you fucking rat.
Inflation is such that
everyone knows
nobody
that
has
it's not
3
worth
coppers.
Yeah, everyone knows it's not worth anything, but they're like, legally they have to give you 3 copper. That'd be such a fucked up system.
I mean, look at Parliament.
Yeah.
None of it means anything, but it's how it works.
Anyway, I'm not writing down the 3 copper thing. I'm very because if I do, it's gonna be a whole fucking thing. It'll be like, oh, you find a murdered dwarf. He has 3 copper in his pockets. Quick. So,
we are going to ask how many coppers are in every corpse's pocket.
You're gonna always ask how many. Sorry. So, any information you want to know? I mean, at the moment, I feel like I've not given a lot of information about the city. but at the same time, I don't feel like you need loads to be able to appreciate the story / solve the mystery. I mean, essentially, the big thing is that New Monsey was built on top of Old Monsey, where they've tried to preserve, and when I say built on top of, not in the New York City, like they built a structure, they built a kind of magical structure, magical / engineering structure above Monsey, and literally built the city on that.
So you're saying there's a city underneath the city?
Yes.
An undercity, if you will.
The poor live in perpetual darkness, shaded by the city above.
Well, yeah, it's not perpetual darkness because this is a magical setting, so like light gets through, but it's
artificial magical light.
Yeah, it's more filtered
Have
light.
you been watching The Arcane on Netflix recently?
Yeah, that kind of light. But it essentially, look, the first thing I'd like to say is that the Undercity or the Old City is not a slum, right? It has some of the most historical, pristine buildings.
That's what the politicians keep saying.
Yeah. Oh my god. I feel like Sophie, trying to justify that Bob Corp is not evil. The city is not a slum.
I'm just picturing that scene in one of the new Batmans where there's there's the light rail train shoots over ahead. It's all in darkness. There's tall buildings everywhere, and then all these people are in the gangsters bar, but it's and they're all dressed in their tuxes, and outside there's just a homeless guy burning something in a bin.
Yeah.
This is the image you've given me. You can correct me, but
so yeah, the more I describe it, the more it does sound like Gotham.
I'm shocked, I tell you.
Because I was like, it's filled with historical buildings, and they care a lot about keeping them, and then I'm like, but also the people who the people who moved from the Underdark or people with light sensitivity live down. It's just sounding very Gotham-y.
I would imagine it works out as there's a few historic buildings that are carefully preserved and kept spick and span. There's a nice area where some of the affluent people with light sensitivity live, and the rest of it's a shell.
Well, I was going to say the other thing that is down there is still the docks, which are not anywhere near as bustling or profitable as they used to be, because a lot of things can now be moved by train / teleportation if you have enough money, but stuff still gets shipped by boats, and there's still a harbour that works down there, and there's still people who work on the docks and do all of that. I don't want the idea that this is the bad part of town, and that's the good part of town, but the newer structures are on the top city part, and they don't really build any structures down there because it's kind of preserved and protected. The whole reason for building New Monsey was to, allow expansion of the city without, damaging anything, or, they wanted to preserve history, and, a lot of that was pitched. Also, along with the idea that a lot of people wanted to see if they could build a city on top of a thing. Especially, I'm imagining that the city is at least 500 years old, at least, kind of thing. But when it was made, it really was this is the place to be. This is the pioneering city, the city that people said couldn't be built, and all of these things. And it somewhat still is, but it's not as impressive anymore. Anyway, so I just wanted to try and emphasize that Undercity was not a shithole, but it is Gotham. So, nice Gotham.
With the dwarves in their tuxedos running their racket.
Oh, fuck me, no, yes, I already said they were gangster dwarves. Shit! Oh, you've ruined my perfectly nice city.
they would
crime.
like be in nice, clean buildings,
Oh,
like
fuck me.
new buildings. They would bribe the local planning committee to put up nice new buildings where they were operating.
Just the words you've come into clan territory. Oh shit. Oh no. You've ruined my perfectly nice historical.
You're allowed to overrule the things
No,
I say.
no. I
No, it's
absolutely
not.
love it. It's great.
Also,
Also-
like they're crime organizations within a big city. Like
There's always going to be. I didn't want to make a utopia, but I definitely wanted things to feel like they're good, but like this is the equivalent of New York City. It's like there's always going to be weird stuff somewhere. Anyway,
I have also decided that Mike's grandfather came from the olive groves of Lontaglione to Monsi looking for a better life for him and his family. That way I can call myself the Lompalian Stallion.
Please write that down somewhere. It's got to come up again.
oh dear.
Oh, what was
I
it? Can you
punch stuff and I work with my hands.
Can you write that down? Can you send that on the character thing? Because I need to write that down so that at least one NPC walks up to you shouting, the stallion, the Lompalian stallion, hey! Oh god, shit, they're all gonna be New Yorkie, aren't they?
I meet the boy. Is that what you're going for? Like,
Yeah. I was doing a bad New York Italian accent. And it was like, oh no.
Oh, that was what it was it?
Oh, fuck you.
Yes.
Come on, let's try not to get this too much longer.
I only have one question.
Yep.
What's the like political structure of Muncie? Like, is it a city state? Is it part of the country? Like, how's it run? Vaguely.
So I'm going with the idea that because it's because it was very much billed as a city of the future and etc. It has a council rather than like one deciding figurehead kind of thing. I don't entirely know what a city state is.
Like, is it independent or is it part of the country? Like Venice used to be its own city state. It owned some territory, but Venice was the country basically. Like versus like Italy.
I don't know the political ramifications of saying it's a city state because I kind of like the idea it's a city.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
it's
all right.
just out of interest.
I'm gonna say it's a city state because they can make their own laws within the city. So basically, it's a city state. They can make their own laws within the city. I think that was one of the big reasons for making new Muncie was that they were gonna. They were basically given old Muncie and they went, yeah, you can make that into a city state. We no longer need blah 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 blah. And they were like, yeah, we're gonna make new Muncie because we're only allowed. Like, I like the idea that the city state requirements like only allowed them within this area, but didn't limit how high they could go.
Yeah, like their territory is quite limited. But
Yeah,
like,
so they were like, we'll build up. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. That sounds really good. In terms of political stuff, I'm just going to write the city-state stuff down. In terms of the political stuff, I was thinking that there's no like president of Muncie, but there is like a ruling council of. Because I was gonna, there's a ruling council of something like 12 or 13, who are democratically elected. Because I definitely want there to be a voting kind of thing. Maybe different boroughs of Muncie elect people, but again, those people are just there for like pure governance, so they don't have a lot of impact on like civil services, etc. Other than setting budgets and stuff like that. They're more decision makers than like actual work.
So politicians.
Politicians, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
What do we think of that?
Yeah.
What?
Cool.
Cool.
Very happy to take my voting block to the polls.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. Like, I want you guys to feel like you have
probably
power.
the only reason while I'm involved in like maybe the higher levels of city governance.
Yeah, because they want your voting block.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm probably not invited. Let's be honest, I probably own one nice set of clothes.
You have one suit. And everyone tells you not to flex in it because
And it sits folded in the cupboard,
Yeah.
it's not even hanging.
Yeah. Cool. Anything else we can think of? For that we I normally find that once I start doing the map, that's when a lot of the city stuff really comes into my head.
Mm.
But yeah, I've been busy, so I will probably trace out and sort the city stuff tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see. I'll try and give you a bit more information, but at the moment there's nothing that's gonna super affect you in that. I will say there's lots of wild spaces around Monsey, so it's not. It's also not a place that you can't see trees or stuff like that. It's not a mega city or anything like that. I think we've already established it does have a university, and it does have lax OSHA guidelines for researchers. So
What does
there
that
are
mean?
there's lax health and safety, which is why
Oh.
why Andy's character is now shooting sparkles. So yeah, I like the idea that this is the city of innovation, or bills itself as the city of innovation, and because they can make their own laws, there's a lot of kind of like there's a lot of pioneering research, but there's also like this is the place where like new inventions are made and go into things. I like the idea that it has one of the most established and well used lightning rail systems, like kind of New York subways kind of level of like the rest of the world looks at this and is like, oh yeah, that's how you put that together. But when you live in that place, you're like, oh shit, how is this put together? Like, this is insane. Anyway, cool. So, because I think we're very close to the end. Last thing about the world, or particularly Monsey, if we just go around to each of your characters and like how you are affected by Monsey and how it affects you. So, I think we've already established with Mickey's character that his grandparents moved here from olive groves for a better life. He's very.
You're going to slowly turn him into Mickey Wildtooth, aren't you? You can already tell.
Look,
he's got lightning. It's completely different to fire.
He's got a big hammer.
I have no plan. At the moment, I'm just stringing together one joke at a time and seeing what sticks. So, like we've got the Rocky Balboa joke, obviously. We've made a few jokes about dwarves and Gotham, whatever. We're just throwing whatever comes off the top
We're
of my
just
head.
vibing here.
So yeah, I mean, with Mickey has clearly got connections to the city, and I think with Mickey we already know how the city affects him and how he affects the city. He's born and bred
third,
Muncie.
fourth generation immigrant, but like humans, it's not really that problematic.
So human, so you know there's no racism.
The racism is all outwards,
Yeah.
it's not inwards.
Oh God.
No, he's a good soul. He tries his hardest.
Yeah.
And you know, he respects an honest man.
So he's sexist, is what we're hearing.
That wasn't the intention.
Cool. So, August? August. Tell me a little bit more about how you were affected by Muncie.
Well, Augustus grew up in Muncie, and on the streets, and all the random bits of just tech that's thrown away are sort of what he used to learn his craft in the early days. So that's part of it. As an adult, though, how does New Muncie affect him or influence him?
I mean, it sounds as though he's somewhat aiming to, somewhat move away. Like, he wants to be bigger than this city, doesn't he? I mean, he's doing a public service, so it's still...
He is.
Yeah.
He is. But, yeah,
And as, what's it called? Postmaster... What are you, Postmaster General? Postmaster?
He's Postmaster. Jean's Postmaster General.
Oh, okay. As Postmaster, I like the idea that because you're Postmaster, you have a very historic seat on, council meetings and etc. And again, lots of people have tried to be like, we should update the rules and get rid of it. And, Jean will be like... I like the idea that Jean will be like, that vote won't happen. And it's like, no, but how do you know that vote won't happen? It just won't. I know it won't.
It entirely exists because Jean just wanted to know what was happening.
Yeah.
You're going to let me sit there.
And again, the vote will never, something will come up and the vote will never actually happen, and Jean's just like, I told you. He has deep dirt on people.
I like the idea of Augustus sitting on the council as he's the postmaster of the city's postal branch. I like that.
Yeah, I really like that. So because I like the idea that we've kind of got Mickey has kind of a seat on the council. Maybe as part of the union, head of the union, you're consulted in terms of all infrastructure and lightning rail and stuff like that. And Augustus, you have a historical seat on the council.
Yeah, though his influence was probably waned as much as the sort of significance of the post office has.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, honestly, Mickey would have more influence because at least he could be like, well, the lightning rail won't run tomorrow. Whereas you could go, the post won't run tomorrow. And people would just not care.
It's still running?
Yeah. Cool. So that sounds like enough. Professor, I feel like your effect of Muncie and etc. pretty much comes through the university, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's literally never left the city, so
yeah,
it's all he knows. But he's improved education, sort of. More kids know about eclipses now, at least.
Oh my god, I'm really tempted to make eclipses into this like the equivalent of earthquakes. It's really oh no, you were teaching kids about the horrors of eclipses. When the sun goes out and the demons come.
Just
I'll
because
be honest, it was just the
Barclay
first thing I thought of.
No, I love it.
just
I really like.
Someone I follow was giving talks about eclipses to kids recently. I was like, oh yeah, that'll do.
Just because Barclay wants to check in on the world is no reason to demean eclipses.
Oh no.
Just his
That's
big
giving
head.
Barclay too much power.
Nice. So yeah, in terms of like, well, yeah, in terms of the university, what influence does the university have on Muncie or the council?
I mean, again, they probably have like a permanent non-voting seat on the
Yeah.
council. Like,
Oh, that's the point. Voting seats. Oh,
yeah.
voting.
But yeah, like I think the university probably like was quite important in like building New Muncie.
Yeah.
Because magic. So like they also took that opportunity to kind of grab what areas they wanted in it and build what they wanted and stuff like that. So like they've got a like lasting influence in that way as well. But
Yeah, because we've
Professor
already
doesn't
heard...
get involved in the politics.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that the university has started using the professor's like fame and goodwill to kind of be like, yeah, you go to these meetings where people normally shout at us that we're imperialistic scum.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You go because everyone loves you, and honestly, we don't give a shit what they do. So you just go and smile,
Yeah.
or do whatever you do with your gel.
Yeah, and like he acts as like a reputational improvement for them and stuff. Like he's really good for that outreach that they just weren't doing before.
Yeah,
Because
I
they
like
don't
the
care.
idea. I like the idea that they genuinely had no outreach before you, but because one of your core things is I'm here to help, gain knowledge. It's like, I guess technically he's doing what we told him to. Cool. And in turn, Dr. Stephen. I feel like you could easily tell me that Dr. Stephen moved to this city because he was allowed to do his crazy experiments.
Well, I was going to say, came for the university, got a part-time job, never left.
Yeah, yeah. So
Pretty much.
Where's he from originally, or do we just not care?
He probably some like backwater town, and it was a great honour to go to university, and it's not quite panned out for him, but and he hasn't really gone back because there's no reason to go back because there's nothing there.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like it's pretty much all what it is. I mean, I feel like you could probably tell us a bit how like these companies like Moonshot Inc. etc. But I imagine like there's loads of those kind of companies who have moved in and done things.
Yeah, I mean, presumably, so like Moonshot Inc. was specifically set up in order to take advantage of the government's attempts for moonshot research. Well, they had a lot of cash lying about to, do these things that probably wouldn't work, but would be greatly beneficial if they did.
Yeah, I'm just going to put like set up 10 years ago to take advantage of it.
Yep, sounds good.
Cool. And Robin, I mean, you've had a lot of cities that you've bounced around, haven't you? So
I mean I've travelled while on missions and all on tasks.
Yeah, so what does Muncie mean to you?
Main base, main home.
It's just a big city to you.
Yes. Yeah, it's just a big city, really.
It is home.
If I had a better offer elsewhere, I would move, but this is where headquarters is, so this is where I am.
Headquarters. I'm probably going to say that the CEO, who we vaguely called Derek last time I was doing, I like the idea that maybe his family live here as well. Like, this is where he lives.
Yeah,
and he does
maybe
all of
head
that.
office changes with whoever the CEO is.
Probably, because that is the what's it called? The
vibe of
the privilege of and it's
privilege of working for Bob's. We accommodate.
Yeah, like it's very much the like, well, can we move headquarters to here? Why? Oh, because we wouldn't want to move your whole family and everything, and yeah, it sounds nice. Cool. That sounds like more than enough detail on that, and as I said, I will make a commitment to do the maps and etc. So, the very last thing that I have for you guys is making sure that all of you have strong relations to the very first session's mystery, which is children have started going missing. So, children have started going missing. I will obviously do more of the actual premise when we start the game, but the cliff notes are children have started going missing from all around the city. I think, Sophie, we've already established that some of them have been...
from the orphanage.
Yeah, some of them have gone missing from Bob's, the Uncle Bob's orphanage. Which just sounds...
Maybe not Uncle Bob's. I don't know, it just creeps me out a
Uncle
little bit.
Bob's orphanage sounds like, we make rice.
Yeah. No, we'll think of a name. It'll be something druidic.
So it's, some of them have gone missing from there. A way that this affects the professor, just pitch for this, was that some of the children that have gone missing are construct or newly sentient race, and as such, the police or law enforcement are not as concerned about that, because again, it's one of those grey areas of they were born, they're 3 years old, but they're fully grown, right? So they can look after themselves.
If they're kidnapping 3-year-olds, I could be next.
So I feel like someone might have asked you to I mean, it's up to you guys how you feel this relates to you, and I'm happy to kind of change some stuff around. But the main thing is that children have been disappearing. Not loads of children, and not enough that the police seem to think that it's I'm just going to say law enforcement. That law enforcement seems to think it's a pattern or anything. They're very old. Children will turn up. So, I mean, Mickey. I feel like Mickey's would be easy. It's just union children. Children or children of union members.
Some of my friends from when I was working in a gang on the rail line, one or two of them kids have gone missing or something. Could be more personal than just straight union members, but it's definitely the children of a working person I know.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
I mean, Ed, are you alright with the constructs one, or do you want more of a...
Yeah, or I don't know.
Children from the school you taught at? Or...
I mean, let's be honest, probably someone thought that Professor would be interested or something. And he was like, sure, that sounds interesting. I'll investigate that.
I was kind of going to go with maybe for Dr. Stephen going with your... I don't know. I mean, if you want a reason to investigate it, but I thought my first idea was that you were tagging along because you want to talk to the professor, and the professor's like, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, probably. I mean, also, strange disappearances.
Oh, yeah.
At the same time, could there be something in that?
I like that you've become a
probably
bit of a
not
with the news of is everything related to it? I don't know.
Yeah, probably he knows probably not, but he hasn't got anything to go on, so Might as well start there.
That's a better idea than what I had, which was visions from the future.
Oh God. Yeah. What about you, Posty?
I was wondering if I don't know. It's like I can't. It's difficult to think of ways to personally relate like the experiences to him, but like it might have come up with like Jean monitoring like chatter in through, like,
I was going to say this might be one of those things where Jean's like, you need to go do this, and you're like, this has nothing to do with the post office.
I mean, maybe Bob's Places message John's or something.
Yeah, maybe.
If they work that close.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like,
yeah,
dude, it's time to come back. It's time to put back on the cage.
I kind of like the idea of Bob's contacting Jean and somewhat like Jean saying, "Oh, you need to go do this," but also kind of communicating it in like, "I know you like the idea of corporate sponsorship."
Yeah. I think that works. Yeah, like if
I mean, we can workshop it more later. I mean, if it
Yeah, I think Jean bending bending Augustus's arm into like starting an investigation on it is probably might be the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Sorry, I'm aware we're getting quite late, so I don't want to push it much further. So yeah, I just want to say thank you very much to everyone, and I think we've more than covered what everyone knows about each other and everything. And as a reward for being so cool, I will post the first clue, which is a musical clue. Yeah, I'll just give you that for now. But yeah.
Thank you, Pete.
That's it. All right. Well, I will let you guys go. Yeah. All right.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
It's a
you.
birthday. Oh, happy birthday!
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
We're gonna eat some cake. We're gonna eat some birthday
We're gonna
cake.
sit down and have some cake now. All right.
Eat
Yeah.
cake.
Love you guys. Talk to you
See
soon.
ya.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Happy
Enjoy cake.
birthday.